since you spent so much time as director of CIA, of the agency, what recommendations can you make to this committee concerning new legislation to help prevent the misuse of the Central Intelligence Agency for political or other purposes other than the assigned purposes delineated in the Act?
Well, Senator Montoya, I don't know how one legislates these matters. I've never understood how morality and proper conduct and decency can be legislated about. In Washington over the years, there have been many occasions when various people have tried to manipulate some organization or another in an improper way. This is not new to us. We read about it in the papers constantly. But how you legislate about this, I swear to you, sir, I don't know.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. The Watergate Committee heard today from two former senior officials of the Central Intelligence Agency about how it helped Watergate burglar E. Howard Hunt at the request of the White House. The request, a year before the Watergate break-in, came from John Ehrlichman when Hunt was working for the White House Plumbers Group. Former CIA Director Richard Helms vehemently denied today that the agency had any part in the Watergate and said he was puzzled why it was so difficult to get that message across to acting FBI Director Gray just after the Watergate break-in. But Helms did disclose today that one of the Watergate burglars, Eugenio Martinez, was on the CIA payroll at the time of Watergate and was hastily dropped. Helms' former deputy, Robert Cushman, now the general commanding the Marine Corps, described supplying Hunt with equipment, including a disguise and false papers, in the summer of 1971 for a secret White House project, after being asked by John Ehrlichman for help. Cushman also recounted his troubles earlier this winter when Ehrlichman said he couldn't remember ever making such a request. Cushman today confirmed that he did.
Outside the hearings, convicted Watergate conspirator James McCord today charged that the FBI followed special procedures in the Watergate investigation that slowed down the probe. McCord says in a newspaper article that the FBI was required to clear all important leads with the Justice Department before following them up. If this hadn't been the case, says McCord, and if agents had searched his home and car soon after his arrest, they would have come up with $18,000 in $100 bills and enough other clues to have broken the case wide open. All right, some of the sidelights that come out of these hearings are as interesting as revelations of major developments. Today, such a topic was what spies talk about in casual conversation. Impact's Peter Kay reports that it is nothing cryptic.
Have you ever wondered what real spies talk about? Well, here's part of a conversation, tape recorded July 22nd, 1971, when ace White House sleuth E. Howard Hunt went down to the CIA to meet Deputy Director Robert H. Cushman for the first time. Hunt: I've been charged with quite a highly sensitive mission by the White House to visit and elicit information from an individual whose ideology we aren't entirely sure of. They asked me to come over here and see if you could get me two things: flash documentation and some degree of physical disguise. General Cushman: I don't see why not. And a little bit later in the conversation, Hunt: If you pardon my saying so, you seem to have lost a little weight. General Cushman: Yes, I've taken some off. I sort of go up and down. When I go down, it's because I go on the wagon and don't eat very much at all, and that is hell to pay when you're being entertained and going to embassies and dinners. But it's the only way I can lose weight is to be miserable, really miserable. Then, a little later in the conversation between Hunt and General Cushman, Hunt says, if I'm going to put on a physical disguise that's going to stick, I wouldn't want to be seen walking out of here. I'm sure they've got safe facilities downtown. Cushman: The place I used to meet people was at an office building right near the press club. There used to be a nightclub on the second floor, and we used to meet people up there. I had a gal who thought it was just lots of fun to be in this business. She used to have me meeting people out on the damn park benches and all this stuff, and I'd give her hell if necessary. End of conversation. Now, the transcript of this, which was recorded by General Cushman, incidentally, also had the embarrassing revelation that the meeting with Hunt was set up by John Ehrlichman of the White House staff, a fact that Cushman really couldn't seem to recall during a series of flip-flop memos and testimony earlier this year.
All right, tomorrow, Peter reports, the major witness will be former acting FBI Director L. Patrick Gray, who will start things off with a 40-page statement that's very critical of the White House. Presumably, he will also be asked about the new McCord charges.
At the close of tonight's broadcast, we'll have an interview with Dick Cavett, who's just completed a program with 4 committee members. To help you watch the intervening hours, here is NPAC's nightly viewing guide. In hour number 1, former CIA Director Helms says he felt obliged by law to help with a psychological profile on Daniel Ellsberg. He suggests that law dealing with government leaks be changed. Helms says that when John Dean put out feelers about using CIA funds, he issued orders to General Walters that he do absolutely nothing to hurt the CIA's reputation. In hour number 2, Helms admits that one Watergate burglar, Martinez, was getting a CIA monthly retainer to keep an eye on escapees from Cuba. Helms also says he balked when Howard Hunt issued a request for the use of a CIA secretary located in Paris. In the third hour, Helms describes his resistance to John Dean's inquiries about using the CIA to pay bail money and salaries for Watergate defendants. Asked why he didn't probe the involvement of former CIA employees in Watergate, Helms says his office turned everything it learned over to the FBI. In the fourth hour, the former deputy director of the CIA, General Robert Cushman, details Howard Hunt's request for false identification papers for Gordon Liddy. Also in that hour, he says he complained to John Ehrlichman about Hunt's request, and Ehrlichman said he would restrain Hunt. In the fifth hour, Cushman testifies that Howard Hunt wanted a camera in a tobacco pouch for use on a new assignment. And in that hour, Cushman admits that the profile of Daniel Ellsberg was the only one done on an American that he can recall in his 3 years at the CIA. Now to Senator Ervin, his gavel, and today's proceedings.
Committee will come to order. I am constrained to make some remarks concerning a member of this committee, Senator Danny Inouye of Hawaii. Senator Inouye is an American, native-born American of Japanese ancestry. I don't know a finer American. He showed his devotion to our country by fighting under his flag, not only for the liberty of our country, but for the liberty of the free world in the Second World War. He suffered severe wounds, which necessitated the amputation of his right arm. He was decorated with the Distinguished Service Cross for extraordinary heroism in action with an armed enemy of the United States. And he's proved himself in latter days as one of the most dedicated Americans this country has ever known. And I feel that events of yesterday make it appropriate for me to make these remarks concerning a member of this committee who has proved himself one of the most gallant of all Americans in the history of this republic.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Baker.
Mr. Chairman, may I say that I've known Danny Inouye since I've been in the Senate, and there's no man I think is more loyal and dedicated to his country. I don't know of anyone on this committee who's made a greater contribution to its efforts than Senator Inouye. I have a great affection for him as well as a great admiration for him. We are in a tension-filled atmosphere, and it's unfortunate that things of this sort occur. I think a mark of Senator Inouye's greatness is that I'm sure it will not affect his further consideration of the matters that are brought to our attention. I am sorry that the events of the last several days have occurred. I hope and think that it will not affect the objectivity and the efficiency and the effectiveness of this committee. And I commend you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing that matter to the attention of the official record. And I believe now it's behind us and we can get on with the business at hand. Thank you, sir.
If there are no further comments, the council will call the first witness.
Former Director Helms.
Would you stand up and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the evidence that you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You might state your full name and the present address for the purposes of the record.
My name is Richard Helms, and I'm presently ambassador to Iran, resident in Tehran.
Mr. Chairman, could we suspend just for a moment?
Yes.
Let's move these mics.
Mr. Helms, I should have addressed you as Ambassador Helms. And Mr. Chairman, the Ambassador Helms will be questioned initially by Mr. David Dorson, Assistant Chief Counsel.
Yes,
Was he sworn? Okay.
Ambassador Helms, how long have you held your present position?
I've been in Tehran since the middle of March of this year.
And prior to that, were you the director of the Central Intelligence Agency?
Yes, I was the Director of Central Intelligence was my title.
How long were you director?
Approximately 6.5 years. I believe I was sworn in on June the 30th, 1966, and I left office when Mr. Schlesinger became director on the 2nd of February, 1973.
How long have you been, or were you, with the Central Intelligence Agency?
From the day its doors opened in 1947.
Did you learn, Ambassador Helms, in July of 1971 that E. Howard Hunt had been made a consultant to the White House?
I was informed of this.
And do you recall how you were informed?
Not specifically any longer. I remember being told that he had gone to work for the White House, but precisely under what circumstances I was told and on what specific date I do not recall.
Did you have a conversation with General Cushman concerning Howard Hunt in the summer of 1971?
Yes, I recall that General Cushman informed me that he had authorized giving to Howard Hunt a tape recorder and a camera. And I asked for what purpose, and he said he wanted to conduct a one-time interview and that he'd been properly authenticated by the White House and that he was working at their behest.
How long have you known Howard Hunt?
Well, I've known him over the years when he worked for the agency.
And do you recall approximately how long he worked for the agency?
Well, he must have worked for almost somewhere over 15 years anyway.
And what was General Cushman's position at that time?
In July of '71?
That's correct.
He was the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence.
To your knowledge, was the tape recorder and the camera given to Mr. Hunt?
I was informed that it was, and my preoccupation at the time was to find out whether these were normal pieces of equipment, and by normal I mean simply available in any store in downtown Washington who carried this kind of equipment, or whether there was something tricky about them, and I was assured they were perfectly routine and straightforward pieces of equipment. I might say parenthetically that in the last couple of days, in talking with some of the gentlemen at the Special Prosecutor Cox's office, there's some memorandum there about a clandestine camera having been given to Howard Hunt. I frankly, sir, don't know what a clandestine camera is. The camera takes pictures or it doesn't. That's all it does.
Well, can you describe the camera a little bit more, Ambassador?
I've never seen it.
Do you know whether it was a camera that was concealed in some way?
I've been told it was put in a tobacco pouch, carried in a tobacco pouch.
Were you advised of any further requests by Mr. Hunt for assistance?
Subsequent to this conversation of which I've just been speaking, I learned, I believe in a memorandum, that Mr. Hunt had asked to have a secretary who was stationed with the CIA in Paris brought back from Paris and assigned to him in the White House. He also wanted this to be done secretly, and he didn't want anybody to know about it. That to me was unacceptable. I saw no reason for this. It seemed to me that the agency was being used if it was being asked to have somebody brought back from Paris and assigned to a man doing unidentified chores at the White House. So I got a hold of General Cushman and told him that I thought this was totally unacceptable and I wouldn't stand for it. I don't recall whether it was then or a few days later, but at some point the various additional requests which Hunt was making of the agency seemed to me totally unacceptable, and I asked General Cushman to call Mr. Ehrlichman and tell him that we just weren't going to do this anymore.
Ambassador Helms, I'm advised there's some trouble hearing you to the rear of the room. Perhaps if you could bring the microphone a little bit closer to you.
This seems to be the story of my life in Senate committees. I don't know whether I don't raise my voice high enough or what, or maybe I'm not speaking into the microphone.
Now, you've indicated that in your conversation with General Cushman that you indicated to General Cushman that John Ehrlichman should be called. Why was it that John Ehrlichman was to be called?
Because it was my distinct impression that he was the one who had arranged with General Cushman to have Hunt get these pieces of equipment.
Ambassador Helms, when for the first time did you learn of the burglary of Dr. Lewis Fielding's office, that is Dr. Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office?
I forget which weekend in May it was. I think the second weekend of May this year, 1973. I was in Shiraz, and I picked up on Sunday an English language newspaper and saw on the front page of it that there'd been a burglary of an office of a psychiatrist in California, and the burglary had been done, as it said in the newspaper story, with the assistance of CIA equipment. That was the first time I'd ever heard of Dr. Fielding, a burglary, or the fact that Dr. Ellsberg had a psychiatrist.
Do you know of your own knowledge whether any equipment was used in the burglary that was the property of the CIA?
I've been assured by members of the agency, and this assurance was given me when I was back here in May testifying before 4 other congressional committees, that the equipment that was given to Hunt was not used in the burglary of Dr. Ellsberg's office, that actually Mr. Hunt was physically not at the office. He was staked out at Dr. Fielding's residence, and that since he wasn't given any burglary equipment by the agency, I've always wondered how it was that he used that equipment in the break-in. So this is one of the things that seems to have been perpetuated as one of the myths around here, that he somehow got burglary equipment from the agency which helped him break into places, and I'm not aware of any burglary equipment he ever got from the agency.
Ambassador Helms, during the summer of 1971, did you learn of a request by a member of the White House staff for the Central Intelligence Agency to do a psychological or psychiatric profile of Dr. Ellsberg?
Yes, I was familiar with this request. Sometime before this, Mr. David Young, who was one of the assistants at the White House, had originally been on Dr. Kissinger's staff, informed me that he was being transferred to Mr. Ehrlichman's staff. In other words, he was going to work for Mr. Ehrlichman, and that he'd been given some duties in connection with general security procedures in the government, classification of documents, investigation of leaks, and a clutch of other such matters. Subsequent to that, he called me and said that he wanted to get into these things. He wanted to find out how the agency and the intelligence community handled the classification of documents and other security procedures. I said I thought under the circumstances the best thing for me to do would be to put him in touch with the agency's director of security, a gentleman named Howard Osborne, who would then be able to talk with him and be as responsive to his requests as the agency could be. It was apparently to Mr. Osborne that Mr. Young originally made the request for a profile on Dr. Ellsberg. Mr. Osborne then brought this request to me.
Excuse me, Ambassador, could you briefly summarize at the present time what this profile is?
There had been, well, I guess I'm sort of searching for a word here, but in any event, over a period of some years, the agency had developed a technique for putting together a lot of information about a foreigner, maybe a foreign statesman or a foreign dignitary, and then attempting to analyze what sort of a human being he was. These things were called variously. I think psychological profile is as good a title as any, psychological study. The idea was to give insights into what motivated some of these individuals, why they did things the way they did, and so forth. David Young knew that the agency wrote papers such as this because he'd seen them when he was on Dr. Kissinger's staff. So he then said that he wanted the agency to do this, and I remonstrated with him. I said, we know nothing about Dr. Ellsberg. I've never laid eyes on him in my life. We have no records on him. We know nothing about him, and I think this is an imposition to ask us to do this. He pled with me. He said that this was very important, that the White House was very much interested in getting this material sorted out, that Mr. Ehrlichman regarded as of highest priority, so did Dr. Kissinger, that we should help, that we were the only ones they knew in town who did things of this kind and had practice of doing them, and that please would we do so. I want to say here that the agency has a charge under the statute or the National Security Act of 1947, which makes the director responsible for the protection of intelligence sources and methods from unauthorized disclosure. That's written into the law. And this is a charge that's been on the director since 1947. And it's been a very difficult charge because finding out how leaks occur and how the enemy gets privileged information and things of that kind is very difficult to do without having an investigative staff. And the agency never has had an investigative staff for these purposes. And therefore, this business about leaks and investigations thereof has been a very difficult, if not impossible, charge to carry out. And when I was testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee back in May, In response to a question from Senator Hubert Humphrey, I suggested that this language in the law either be taken out or amended in such a way that it was a fair charge on the director rather than what I thought was an unfair charge. But it was that charge which gave him the leverage to rather oblige me to go along with an effort to make this profile.
Did the staff of the Central Intelligence Agency thereafter prepare such a profile?
Yes, they did.
And was it forwarded to Mr. Young?
I understand that it was forwarded to Mr. Young, that it was found to be unsatisfactory, that Mr. Young remonstrated with the people who had written it about the fact that it was unsatisfactory. I believe it was, I've learned since, that it was pointed out to them that more material was going to have to be provided, otherwise they couldn't do any better than they'd done already. And Mr. Young said, all right, I will try and get you some more material, which I believe he did. So that a second profile was written.
And was the second profile delivered to Mr. Young also?
I believe so. In other words, this is a second version, I think, probably. That's better English.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Young in connection with the delivery of the second profile to him?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did call him and I told him that the psychologists and psychiatrists who were working on this were very disturbed about the whole exercise. They didn't feel that the material they'd been given was adequate, that they were being put in an unfair position, that they didn't want their professional reputations put on the line as a result of this kind of an exercise, and that if he was insisting on having this, then I want his understanding and his undertaking that he would not identify it with the agency and put these fellows in jeopardy. Or put these fellows' professional reputation in jeopardy, which is a...
During the period that the two profiles were prepared, which I believe was took us into early November of 1971, what was your understanding as to the identity of the persons over at the White House who were involved in requesting and the profile and providing information to the agency for the profile?
I never heard of anybody being connected with this exercise except Mr. David Young. And when I returned here in May of this year, 1973, I was informed at the agency that during this period that this psychologist had been consulting with David Young at the White House, that Howard Hunt had been present, on one occasion anyway, and that he had specifically asked them not to inform me that he had been present. They certainly did not inform me, so I was totally unaware of his identification with this exercise in any form whatever.
And the first time you heard about his participation was in May of 1973?
That is correct.
To the best of your knowledge, Ambassador Helms, was any of the material that was used in the preparation of the psychological profile derived from the office of the psychiatrist of Dr. Daniel Ellsberg or from any other illegal or improper source?
I've never heard that alleged.
Ambassador Helms, I'd like now to direct your attention to June of 1972 and ask you, when for the first time did you hear of the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate?
It's my impression that I heard about it, read about it in the newspapers or heard it on the radio. But this is not any lapse of memory. This is just one of those things that this far back it's hard to know just exactly who might have told me or how I might have heard it. Certainly it was big news from the moment it happened.
And during the days immediately following the break-in, were there conversations at the CIA concerning the break-in?
Yes, in the first place, sometime on that weekend, I received a telephone call from Mr. Howard Osborne, the Director of Security, to inform me that of the names of the individuals who had participated in the break-in, and also to say that Mr. Hunt, in some fashion, was connected with it. Mr. Osborne's call to me was a perfectly routine matter. There was a charge on him as Director of Security to inform me whenever anybody in the agency got in any kind of trouble, whether they're present employees or past employees. In other words, right now, so that I didn't have to catch up with these events like suicides and house break-ins and rapes and the various things that happen to the employees of any organization in a city like Washington. So this was a perfectly routine thing, and when he heard about these ex-CIA people who had been involved in this burglary, he called me up and notified me about it. On Monday, when I came to the office, there'd been no mention in the papers of Mr. Hunt, so I got a hold of Mr. Osborne and said, how come you told me that Mr. Hunt was involved with this? And he said, well, there was some papers found in the hotel room, or one of the hotel rooms was Hunt's name on it, and it looks as though he was somewhere in the area when the break-in took place. So I said, all right. And then from then on, obviously, there were various conversations in the agency as we went to work on various requests from the FBI for information about the people and their background and so forth that had formerly been employed by the agency.
Am I correct that James McCord also was a former employee of the agency?
He was.
And when did Mr. McCord and Mr. Hunt leave the employ of the agency?
They left it at different times in 1970. They both retired, as I recall it.
Now, directing your attention to June 22nd, 1972, which was the day before your meeting with Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, and General Walters at the White House, did you have a conversation with Patrick Gray on that afternoon, namely the afternoon of June 22nd?
I believe that the committee is in possession of a memorandum which says that, or a memorandum or a note from Mr. Gray that says I had this conversation. I have no reason to question that at all. I was talking back and forth with Mr. Gray at various times in connection with this Watergate break-in, so I have no reason to doubt that there was one on the 22nd of June.
In these conversations, did you discuss the possibility of CIA involvement in the break-in?
I assured Mr. Gray that the CIA had no involvement in the break-in, no involvement whatever. And it was my preoccupation consistently from then to this time to make this point and to be sure that everybody understands it. It doesn't seem to get across very well for some reason, but the agency had nothing to do with the Watergate break-in. I hope all the newspaper men in the room hear me clearly now.
Ambassador Helms, I'd like to move then to June 23rd, 1972, and ask you if you recall attending the meeting with Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, and General Walters.
I do recall attending that meeting.
Where was that meeting held?
That meeting was held in Mr. Ehrlichman's office on the second floor of the west wing of the White House.
Do you recall the time of that meeting?
The meeting had been originally scheduled for 12 o'clock. It was changed to 1 o'clock, and it took place shortly after 1 o'clock.
Could you please describe to us in substance what happened at that meeting?
General Walters and I arrived first and waited for a few minutes. Then Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman came into the room. As best I can recall what was said, and Mr. Haldeman did most of the talking, so, and whatever Mr. Ehrlichman contributed in the course of this was either to nod his head or to smile or to agree with what Mr. Haldeman said. I just simply want to introduce it this way because then it's a little bit easier for me to describe. Mr. Haldeman said that there was a lot of flack about the Watergate burglary, that the opposition was capitalizing on it, that it was it was apparently causing some sort of unidentified trouble, and he wanted to know whether the agency had anything to do with it. I assured him that the agency had nothing to do with it. He then said that the 5 men who had been found in the Democratic National Committee headquarters had been arrested. That seemed to be adequate under the circumstances, that the FBI was investigating what this was all about, and that they, unidentified, were concerned about some FBI investigations in Mexico. He also, at that time, made some, what to me was an incoherent reference to an investigation of Mexico or an FBI investigation running into the Bay of Pigs. I don't know what the reference was alleged to be, But in any event, I assured him that I had no interest in the Bay of Pigs that many years later, that everything in connection with that had been dealt with or liquidated as far as I was aware, and I didn't care what they ran into in connection with that. At some juncture in this conversation, Mr. Haldeman then said that something to the effect that it has been decided that General Walters will go and talk to Acting Director Gray of the FBI and indicate to him that these operations or these investigations of the FBI might run into CIA operations in Mexico, and that it was desirable that this not happen, and that the investigation therefore should be either tapered off or reduced or something, but there was no language saying stopped, as far as I recall. At this point, the references to Mexico were quite unclear to me. I had to recognize that if the White House, the President, Mr. Haldeman, somebody in high authority, had information about something in Mexico which I did not have information about, which is quite possible, the White House constantly has information which others don't have, that it would be a prudent thing for me to find out if there was any possibility that some CIA operation was going to be affected. And therefore, I wanted the necessary time to do this. I say this in explanation of the fact that there seems that since I had consistently pointed out that no CIA operations had been violated by any investigation up to then, that we'd had nothing to do with the Watergate burglary, the fact of the matter was that if an investigation continued to go on, it might run into something we were doing in Mexico. I mean, this possibility always had to exist. Nobody knows everything about everything. So at this point, I think it was repeated a second time that General Walters was to go and see Acting Director Gray with this charge. It was then indicated that Acting Director Gray would probably be expecting the call, that he was looking for some kind of guidance in this matter, and that this should take place as soon as possible. I believe Mr. Ehrlichman at that point made his sole contribution to the conversation, which was that he should get down and see Gray just as fast as he could. We left this meeting, Mr. General Walters and I, and went downstairs to the automobile. And I spoke to General Walters along the following lines. I said, when you go to see Acting Director Gray, I think you should confine yourself to reminding him that the agency and the FBI have a delimitation agreement. It's been an understanding for many years that if the agency runs into any FBI agents or operations, the FBI should be immediately notified, and if the FBI runs into any agency, agents, or operations, it shall be immediately notified. I wasn't sure whether Acting Director Gray was familiar with this because he had not been Acting Director of the FBI for very long. I wanted General Walters to understand about this because he'd been with the agency, I think, only about 6 weeks at that time and had been having briefings, and I wasn't sure whether this had ever come to his attention. In other words, I was asking him to make a legitimate request of the Acting Director of the FBI that if they ran into any CIA operations in Mexico or any place else, they were to notify us immediately. And I thought General Walters should restrict his conversation with Acting Director Gray to that point. Precisely whether he did or not, well, you will have an opportunity to ask him.
And to your knowledge, did General Walters have a meeting with Patrick Gray?
Yes, he had one very shortly after this meeting in the White House, because he reported to me later in the day about his meeting with Gray, that he'd been to see him, that the general purport of what they had discussed. And then for the first time I learned that Acting Director Gray had told General Walters at this meeting about some money having been sent to Mexico. I was unaware of any money having been sent there at the time, and even that explanation didn't say what the money was for. But also floating around in this at the time was the name of a Mexican lawyer that we'd been asked to check out by the FBI to find out if this man was in any way connected with the CIA. His name was McGarrah, I believe. And we had been running traces, which is a word of art, of going through the records to find out and checking with our people in Mexico to see if they knew him and so forth. And it was some days subsequent that we got the information back that he was indeed a lawyer in Mexico, but we'd never had any connection with him, and I so notified the FBI.
Now, on Monday, June 26th, did General Walters receive a telephone call from John Dean?
General Walters told me that he'd been called by a man he did not know in the White House named John Dean, and that Dean had asked to see him. And when Walters said, well, what do you want to see me about, and so forth, I believe Dean referred to the matters on which we had talked with Haldeman and Ehrlichman on the previous Friday. In any event, Dean said to General Walters, if you want to verify my bona fides and who I am and my authority to talk with you, please call John Ehrlichman. So by the time Walters talked to me, he said he had talked to Dean, had verified by a telephone conversation with Ehrlichman that it was all right to talk to Dean, and that he was going down to see him.
Now, when General Walters came back from seeing Mr. Dean, did he talk to you about the meeting?
He reported the meeting to me and told me that Dean had raised with him this question of the Watergate burglary, that there were a lot of problems in connection with it, problems unidentified. Was there any way in which the agency could help, and so on. It was quite clear that some kind of feelers were being put out to see, A, if there was any agency involvement, or B, whether the agency was prepared to assist in some way which was not at all identified. It was at this meeting with General Walters, when he was reporting this to me, that I told him that I wanted him to be absolutely certain that he permitted nothing to happen using the agency's name, facilities, or anything else in connection with this business. I said I didn't care whether he wanted to be a scapegoat. I didn't care whether he was prepared to quit on the issue. I didn't care anything about that. I simply wanted him to do absolutely nothing. Because I told him point blank that even though he was a military officer and even though he was a presidential appointee, that if he did something wrong, it would besmirch the name of the agency no matter whether he took the blame or not, and I was simply not going to have it. And I wanted him to be abundantly clear on this in any conversation he had with Mr. Dean or with anybody else. And as he reported to me on the subsequent two conversations with Mr. Dean, I not only reaffirmed this, but I said, now you hang in there. You're doing fine, but don't you yield an inch.
You've alluded to the two meetings that General Walters had with John Dean on the 27th and 28th. Did General Walters notify you before each meeting and brief you as to what occurred after each meeting?
General Walters was very good about this. As best I recall it, he told me each time that he was going down there, and when the meeting was over, he came back and reported what had taken place at it.
And could you briefly summarize for us, Ambassador, what General Walters told you with respect to the meeting of the 27th and the meeting of the 28th?
It is my recollection that it was at the meeting of the 27th, which was Tuesday, I believe, that the issue first came up of whether or not the CIA, out of its covert funds, was prepared to provide bail money for the defendants in the Watergate burglary. Not only did this issue come up, but I also believe that the additional point was made, would it be possible for the CIA to pay the salaries of these individuals while they served their jail sentences? General Walters, and I have told you about the conversation I had with General Walters the day before about how he was to guide himself in this matter, pointed out to Mr. Dean that the agency couldn't possibly do anything like that he had no authority to do it on his own, that his authorities derived from me, and that he knew what my position was. And in addition, he said he couldn't conceivably imagine that a thing like that would remain secret forever. And last but not least, under the ground rules which we operate with the Congress, which the agency operates with the Congress of the United States, any exceptional expenditure of this kind would have to be identified to the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee and the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee.
During the
This
week,
obviously cooled Mr. Dean's ardor.
and it was so reported to you.
Yes.
During the week of the 26th, did you receive a telephone call from Patrick Gray with respect to setting up a meeting between representatives of the two agencies?
Yes, I do recall a conversation to set up a meeting because I was anxious to have one with him. There were a lot of traces we were running. There were the involvements of these former CIA people that we've been passing to the FBI. There was starting to be a lot of leaks out of the FBI for the first time that I could remember on matters of this kind, leaks of ongoing operational material. And I wanted to get together with him and some of his people to see if we couldn't get some of these things not straightened out so much as get walking along in harmony. So we agreed to have the meeting the next day. The next morning, which I believe was the 28th, I may be mistaken, it's all on the record, I'm sure, he called back and said that he was so busy that he couldn't make the meeting. It wasn't possible for him to hold it, and he would probably have to put it off until the following week. I told him I was sorry about that because I was planning to leave the end of the week in which we were speaking to go to Australia, and that I wasn't going to be there the following week, and if he had a meeting, it was going to have to be with General Walters.
Now, when I asked you about the second two meetings on the 27th and 28th between General Walters and Mr. Dean, did the summary that you gave us apply to the two meetings together? Or was that solely with respect to the meeting of the 27th?
I am not able any longer, Mr. Counsel, to sort out precisely what, out of my own memory, what occurred at each of these meetings. I have two very clear recollections. One was that it was at the second meeting that the question of the bail money came up, because I don't recall that at all in connection with my longer conversation with General Walters after the first meeting. As far as the third meeting was concerned, my distinct impression of that was that this was just more feelers and that it was relatively short because Mr. Dean was getting nowhere with General Walters.
Just one or two questions more, Mr. Ambassador. You were familiar, were you not, with the fact that General Walters was preparing memoranda of these meetings?
Yes, because after the issue came up of possible bail or paying the salaries of the fellows who had broken in, this struck me that we were getting into an area here which was very questionable indeed, and that therefore these various meetings ought to be a matter of record in case this ever came up at any future time. So it was at that point that in the conversation, as I recall, that General Walters, either General Walters or I or both of us agreed that these things ought to be reduced to writing and that a record ought to be kept.
Am I correct then that you did go to Australia around the 1st of July of 1972?
Yes, I did.
And that Patrick Gray did not reschedule the meeting between the two of you before you left?
I never met with him.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions at this time.
In a moment, Fred Thompson wants to compare today's testimony with some earlier statements made by Mr. Helms. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, Minority Counsel Fred Thompson is about to question Richard Helms.
Mr. Helms is
My friends down here.
maybe we can do this and that at the same time, Mr. Helms.
Let me turn this microphone over. Maybe then I can face you and be heard better.
Very good. As I understand it, you had a conversation with Patrick Gray on June the 22nd when you advised him that the CIA was not involved in the break-in. Was your conversation limited to CIA involvement in the break-in, or did you go into whether or not the investigation might uncover other CIA operations possibly?
I don't recall ever discussing with Mr. Gray this question of its uncovering other CIA operations.
Strictly the break-in discussion.
That we had no involvement, and I believe that as part of this conversation there was this business about the Mexican lawyer that I don't recall whether he was specifically mentioned. The Mexican lawyer was mentioned at that time, but Mr. Gray had on his mind in some way the idea that there was some CIA involvement that they were running into, and I was attempting to reassure him that this was not the case as best I knew it.
CIA involvement in the Watergate break-in itself?
Or in some way connected with it.
I see. Did he state the source of his concern?
He never did.
Did he indicate whether or not it was due to the Bureau's own investigation or whether or not someone else had told him that from outside the Bureau?
I was unable to tell. I simply was surprised that this kept coming up.
All right. And so the next day you had the conversation with Mr. Walters and Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman, as I understand it. And I'd like to go over briefly what you stated was discussed in that conversation. I believe you stated that Mr. Haldeman indicated that the Watergate was being capitalized on, that 5 men had been arrested and that seemed adequate and that sort of thing. Well, obviously the Watergate investigation was the reason for the meeting, was it not? And as to what the investigation might disclose, that was the basis for the meeting?
Well, I can only assume in hindsight that it was Mr. Thompson, because at the time nobody had identified to us why we were being called to the White House. In other words, we arrived and waited to hear what the subject of the meeting was.
When they stated their concern about possible Mexican involvement or Mexican involvement with the CIA, of course, they were talking about the Watergate investigation turning up other involvement, were they not?
I assumed this was what they were talking about, yes, but as I mentioned a moment ago, and I do want to underline this, I was totally unfamiliar at that time with what Mexico had to do with anything.
Mm-hmm. But you had talked to Pat Gray the day before, and I believe you stated that you thought that he might have mentioned a Mexican lawyer at that time?
Yes, sir, but when the Mexican lawyer's name was mentioned, there was never any implication as to why they were even asking about him, so that this was not very revealing.
What I'm concerned about is just the extent to which the Watergate situation was actually discussed, because, of course, I think it would be fair to say that some appearances from what has been reported and some of the testimony in this forum and others is that the Watergate investigation was the reason for the concern, and it could have been a legitimate concern. It could have been a possible cover-up of the Watergate investigation itself into the Watergate matter. And this is the area I'd like to address myself to a minute. And I'd like to refer to your testimony before the Committee on Armed Services, Thursday, May 17, 1973. Now, I had a little bit of difficulty getting this myself last night and this morning. I've just received it, and if you would like, in the course of my discussion of it, for us to recess with the permission of the chairman of the committee, where you can have a copy of it or a copy of certain pages, I feel like we can do that. But if it's all right with you, I'll go ahead and proceed right now and read certain portions of that and ask you a few questions based on that.
Mr. Chairman, I note the transcript from which Mr. Thompson is about to read is nominally classified as secret. I take it that there is no objection on the part of the committee or any claim on the part of the committee that it does not have the authority to permit counsel to go ahead and read from that document as it relates to the mandate for inquiry of this committee.
As I understand that from the resolution and also from the statement made, as I understand it, to the staff attorneys by the White House attorneys, that they left the question of matters of this kind to the determination of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, I entirely agree with you. I simply wanted to make sure that the record reflected at that point that it is the committee position that, notwithstanding the nominal secret classification, that by reason of our inherent authority, by reason of communications to us from the White House, that we have the authority to read from that document into the public record.
And I might add that the chairman of the committees which took of the Senate committees which took this evidence have also said that as far as they had it in their power, they'd consent to the use of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Helms, were Mr. Walters and yourself being questioned at the same time on this occasion? Were you in the same room together?
On that occasion, General Walters was sitting on my right and General Cushman was sitting on my left. We were in the room together the whole time.
All right. Let me read, if I might, and if you prefer me to read other portions that you might remember, I'll go back a little further than I will, but there's a general preliminary section here where you state it was not a very long conversation, and he'd mentioned the Bay of Pigs. And as Ambassador Helms, well, you could, first of all, Mr. Woolsey, let's go back to the meeting itself for a moment. When Mr. Haldeman said that it had been decided that the general should call on Mr. Gray, did he say or intimate in any way who had decided upon that course of action? Ambassador Helms, well, you can make an intimation, but I'd rather not draw an intimation if the chairman will relieve me of that. Here was Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, two most senior officials in the White House next to the president himself giving this instruction. I really feel like now, as I did then, that it would have been presumptuous to press them any harder as to how they had come up with this or where they'd got an idea who was behind it. Mr. Woolsey, you said Mr. Haldeman mentioned the Bay of Pigs. Did he mention Watergate case itself in the course of the conversation? Ambassador Helms, no. Mr. Woolsey, he did not. Ambassador Helms, no. Senator Symington, General Walters, you confirm that, do you? General Walters, yes, sir. He didn't mention the Watergate. Senator Symington, I heard you volunteering, and as long as you did, I thought it should be on the record. And Mr. Woolsey, maybe this is something that we should get cleared up, but the committee was given a copy of General Walters' affidavit. General Walters, he did in the introduction when he said this case had stirred up a lot of things and the opposition is attempting to exploit it. That was the reference I testified to previously. I believe as we came in, he said the Watergate has stirred up a lot of things. The opposition is attempting to exploit it. It's General Walters talking. And it has been decided that you will go. That was the inevitable lead into the whole reference. Senator Jackson decided that you would go, General Walters, to Mr. Gray and tell him if he pursues the Mexican part of the financing of this business, will uncover CIA assets or scheme for moving money. Mr. Woolsey, I should perhaps read into the record here a few sentences from General Walters' affidavit. Quote, as I recall it, Mr. Haldeman said the Watergate incident was causing trouble and being exploited by the opposition. It had been decided at the White House that I would go to acting FBI Director Gray and tell him that now that the 5 suspects were arrested, further inquiries into the Mexican aspect of the matter might jeopardize some of the CIA's activities in this area. Was there any discussion in the meeting at all of Watergate? Ambassador Helms, not to the best of my recollection. And I frankly was hard put at the time to understand what Mexico was involved with. This was only a week after the break-in. I didn't know why Mexico was being mentioned. It never occurred to me that it had anything to do with the Watergate burglary. Senator Simon, General Walters, do you agree with that? General Walters, to me the whole question was connected by virtue of the beginning of the thing when he said Watergate could be opened as a preliminary, as a lead-in as to why he wanted me to go. It was obviously a lead-in to this, but he didn't go into any discussion of the Watergate other than what I said in the beginning. And then you go to other matters, Mr. Helms. Now let me see if I summarize this correctly. The question was put directly to you first as to whether or not there was any Watergate discussion, and you said there was not.
That was the way I recalled it, Mr. Thompson. At the time since then, I've seen General Walters' memorandum for the record. I've talked with him about this, and we went over again what had occurred, and I frankly at that point had forgotten this lead into the conversation. After all, I'd been away for some time. I'd been involved with other things, and if my memory was less than perfect at that time, it was less than perfect. But it was I had no intention of jiggery, pokery, or anything else.
Well, I'm certainly not accusing you or any other witness of anything, but I do want to clear it up. Let me make sure I have my chronology right. I'm reading from page 21A of the transcript. The question was posed to you. You said no. You said he did not. You said no. General Walters, do you confirm that? And General Walters says, yes, sir. He didn't mention the Watergate. And then Mr. Woolsey said, this is something we should clear up, and he refers to General Walters' affidavit at that time, which he had previously submitted, in which he mentioned these things.
Well, Mr. Thompson, what I'm referring to and what I saw subsequently was a memorandum for the record, which I believe is in the custody of the committee, which was written several days after this 23 June
That's
conversation.
Correct. That's the memorandum dated June 28, 1972,
I think that's correct, and it was that memorandum which I subsequently saw, which I had not seen at the time that I was testifying. I talked to General Walters about it. I had no reason to, at that point, to question General Walters' memorandum. He has an excellent ability to recall, as you will probably are aware. He's an excellent linguist, and anybody that can speak 5 or 6 languages with the ability that he can certainly has the mental equipment to recall something for 5 days after the event took place. And I obviously talked to him about this, and I had clearly forgotten that introductory aspect of this.
Mr. Helms, are you basing your testimony now on your own memory or upon Mr. Walters' memory? I mean, you recounted your faith in his memory, which I'm sure is probably well. butt of thing, and the opposition is attempting to exploit it. That was the reference I testified to previously. I believe as we came in, he said the Watergate has stirred up a lot of things. The opposition is attempting to exploit it. It's General Walters talking. And it has been decided that you will go. That was the inevitable lead into the whole reference. Senator Jackson decided that you would go, General Walters. And Mr. Gray, and tell him if he pursues the Mexican part of the financing of this business, will uncover CIA assets or scheme for moving money. Mr. Woolsey, I should perhaps read into the record here a few sentences from General Walters' affidavit. Quote, as I recall it, Mr. Haldeman said the Watergate incident was causing trouble and being exploited by the opposition. It had been decided at the White House that I would go to acting FBI Director Gray and tell him that now that the 5 suspects were arrested, further inquiries into the Mexican aspect of the matter might jeopardize some of the CIA's activities in this area. Was there any discussion in the meeting at all of Watergate? Ambassador Helms, not to the best of my recollection. And I frankly was hard put at the time to understand what Mexico was involved with. This was only a week after the break-in. I didn't know why Mexico was being mentioned. It never occurred to me that it had anything to do with the Watergate burglary. Senator Simon, General Walters, do you agree with that? General Walters, to me the whole question was connected by virtue of the beginning of the thing when he said Watergate could be opened as a preliminary, as a lead-in as to why he wanted me to go. It was obviously a lead-in to this, but he didn't go into any discussion of the Watergate other than what I said in the beginning. And then you go to other matters, Mr. Helms. Now let me see if I summarize this correctly. The question was put directly to you first as to whether or not there was any Watergate discussion, and you said there was not.
That was the way I recalled it, Mr. Thompson. At the time since then, I've seen General Walters' memorandum for the record. I've talked with him about this, and we went over again what had occurred, and I frankly at that point had forgotten this lead into the conversation. After all, I'd been away for some time. I'd been involved with other things, and if my memory was less than perfect at that time, it was less than perfect. But it was I had no intention of jiggery, pokery, or anything else.
Well, I'm certainly not accusing you or any other witness of anything, but I do want to clear it up. Let me make sure I have my chronology right. I'm reading from page 21A of the transcript. The question was posed to you. You said no. You said he did not. You said no. General Walters, do you confirm that? And General Walters says, yes, sir. He didn't mention the Watergate. And then Mr. Woolsey said, this is something we should clear up, and he refers to General Walters' affidavit at that time, which he had previously submitted, in which he mentioned these things.
Well, Mr. Thompson, what I'm referring to and what I saw subsequently was a memorandum for the record, which I believe is in the custody of the committee, which was written several days after this 23 June conversation.
Correct. That's a memorandum dated June 28, 1972, I believe.
Think that's correct, and it was that memorandum which I subsequently saw, which I had not seen at the time that I was testifying. I talked to General Walters about it. I had no reason to, at that point, to question General Walters' memorandum. He has an excellent ability to recall. As you will probably are aware, he's an excellent linguist. And anybody that can speak 5 or 6 languages with the ability that he can certainly has the mental equipment to recall something for 5 days after the event took place. And I obviously talked to him about this, and I had clearly forgotten that introductory aspect of this.
Mr. Helms, are you basing your testimony now on your own memory or upon Mr. Walters' memory? I mean, you recounted your faith in his memory, which I'm sure is probably well placed. But I would think that this would be a rather significant matter if Haldeman and Ehrlichman has been widely reported from the basis of this memorandum, which you just referred to, I suppose, came in and says 5 people have been arrested, and that ought to be enough. And then that's the lead-in as to how the CIA or the FBI should conduct its investigation, and the basis of CIA contact with the FBI, I would think that this was something that you would remember. So I'm really trying to determine whether your testimony is based upon your own independent recollection or just after having read this memorandum and your faith in General Walters' recollection.
Well, it's a combination of the two, Mr. Thompson, because when he jogged my memory and we went back over the meeting together, then I did recall these other remarks having been made.
Well, now, he jogged your memory here in the testimony before the committee also. It was on page 21A again. After a member of the committee evidently raised the matter of the affidavit of the memorandum, General Walters said this. Said he did in the introduction when he said, referring to the Watergate, mentioning of the Watergate, he did in the introduction when he said this case has stirred up a lot of things and the opposition is attempting to exploit it. I believe your testimony here today was attempting to capitalize on it. That was the reference I testified to previously. I believe, I assume he's referring to his affidavit or memorandum. I believe as we came in, he said the Watergate has stirred up a lot of things. The opposition is attempting to exploit it. It had been decided that you will go. That was inevitable lead-in. Mr. Woosley, I should perhaps read in the record a few sentences of General Walters' affidavit. And then at that time, they read into the record a few sentences of General Walters' affidavit, which you just referred to, which is the memorandum that I referred to. Quote, as I recall it, Mr. Haldeman said that the Watergate incident was causing a lot of trouble and was being exploited by the opposition. It had been decided by the White House I should go to Acting Director FBI Gray, and that 5 suspects were arrested. Further inquiries into the Mexican aspect of the matter might jeopardize some of the CIA activities. And another question is put by a member of the committee. Was there any discussion in the meeting at all of Watergate? Ambassador Helms, not to the best of my recollection.
Well, I didn't recall it at that time, but when I went over this with General Walters and we tried to piece this meeting together, then I did recall that these matters had been alluded to.
Did it occur to you, or has it affected you either consciously or subconsciously, the fact that it could be very, or at least to some extent, embarrassing for General Walters if you testified contrary to him? Did you discuss that possibility with him when you went over these matters?
No, because I saw him just a moment before we actually went into the room.
Of course, it was after you got into the room before you realized that you had any conflict in your testimony, was it not?
That's right.
And you were in the room before you first realized what this memorandum said, were you not? In the memorandum,
As a matter of fact, that memorandum was not on the table at that time, as I recall it. There was an affidavit, but I believe that those memoranda were submitted subsequently to the committee. I may be wrong.
And comparing your testimony today with what his memorandum says, a couple of things do strike me. His memorandum dated June 28 says that June 23rd at 1300, on request, I called Director Helms on John Ehrlichman and Robert Haldeman at Ehrlichman's office in the White House. Haldeman said that the bugging affair at the Democratic National Committee headquarters of the Watergate Apartments had made a lot of noise and that the Democrats were trying to maximize on it. Then down here he says, since 5 suspects have been arrested, this should be sufficient. Let me ask you a few other things about this memorandum while we're on it, Mr. Helms. He states in here also that Haldeman said the whole affair was getting embarrassing and it was the president's wish that Walters call on Gray and suggest to him that since 5 suspects had been arrested, this should be sufficient. It was not advantageous to have the inquiry pushed, especially in Mexico. Do you recall the president's name being mentioned?
No, I still don't agree with General Walters about that. I don't recall it having been put that way.
Director Helms said, again reading from the Walters memorandum, he had talked to Gray on the previous day, made plain to him the agency was not behind the matter and it was not connected with it. None of the suspects was working for it. nor had worked for the agency in the last 2 years. He had told Gray that none of the investigators was touching any covert projects of the agency, current or ongoing. Did you tell Mr. Gray that it was touching none of the covert projects of the agency, or did you have any basis for saying that at that time?
I was unaware of any covert projects of the agency that had been touched on up to that time.
Did you tell Gray that, if you recall, or did you just simply tell him the CIA was not involved in the Watergate break-in?
I told him the CIA was not involved in the Watergate break-in. I do not recall whether I told him that it had not thus far run into any CIA covert projects.
Did you tell him that none of the suspects was working for the CIA nor had worked for the agency in the last 2 years?
Yes.
Then at least one of the suspects had worked for the FBI for the CIA previous to the last 2 years then. Is that correct?
Who was that, sir?
Well, I'm asking you. You said none of them had worked for the CIA within the last 2 years. I assume that before that, at least one of them had.
Well, Mr. McCord had been an employee of the CIA for some 20 years before he retired. Mr. Hunt had worked there at least 15, maybe more. And a couple of the Cubans had at one time had a contractual relationship with the agency.
Do you know which 2 Cubans?
Do you mind giving me the names? I'm not a computer, and I can't...
Would it be Barker, perhaps Mr. Barker?
Barker, I think, had a relationship back in the early 60s. I think, is Sturgis another individual?
Yes.
I think he at one time had some connection.
What about
Martinez had been on sort of a retainer to report on individuals who came in from Cuba as to whether they'd be worth interrogating or interviewing or not in Florida. And he'd been on that retainer of about $100 a month on the understanding that he would report in from time to time when he had something to report. When I found out that he was still on the, and that had this connection with the agency at the time of this break-in, he was cut off.
When was he cut off?
Right after we had discovered that he was involved in the break-in.
You mean Martinez was on retainer by the CIA at the time of the break-in?
That's right. But not in Florida, for the purposes I've identified.
Beg your pardon, in Florida, I didn't understand that last statement.
Mr. Martinez was resident in Florida as far as the agency knew. Because he lived in Florida and because he was a Cuban exile, he was kept on a loose arrangement whereby he would report to the agency from time to time Cubans who got out of Cuba either legally or illegally, whom he thought might have some information that would be useful to the United States government, and then he would report in and give the name of this individual.
When was he taken off retainer by the CIA? Do you recall
When it was ascertained that he was involved in the break-in, he was taken off right then.
When was it ascertained that he was involved in the break-in?
Well, I assume when his name was given to us by the FBI, which was I imagine within 24 hours or 48 hours or 72 hours after the break-in.
How was this done? Did the CIA communicate with Mr. Martinez? Was there any paperwork involved?
I don't recall the precise details of the way it was done. There are many people in the agency who can tell you. It may even be in your records already. The agency has been most cooperative in turning over lots of written material about these various matters, and I imagine it's in there someplace. I just don't remember.
Well, it seems to me, Mr. Helms, that there might well have been concern as to the role of the FBI or the CIA by all parties involved at this particular time, right after the break-in in June of '72, if in fact one of the persons who had broken in was at that time on retainer by the CIA. Did you know at the time of your conversation with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman on the 23rd that Mr. Martinez was in fact on retainer?
I don't recall. I imagine I may have. But that doesn't mean that the CIA was involved in the burglary.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not...
I don't think you ought to put words in my mouth.
I didn't think I was. The issue seems to be whether or not there was legitimate concern with regard to either, at that time, whether the CIA was involved in the burglary or whether or not other covert CIA activities might be exposed, or whether or not Haldeman and Ehrlichman, quite frankly, were using this as an excuse to cover up the Watergate investigation, which also, quite frankly, has been widely implied, to say the least. Now, that's what I'm trying to get at. Now, you've already mentioned the fact that you had talked to Patrick Gray, and there was some talk, besides the people involved in the Watergate break-in. McCord was a former CIA agent. Hunt was a former CIA agent. Martinez was on retainer at the time of the break-in. Sturgis, former contact, former employee of the CIA. Now, also in Mexico, as I understand, there was some talk about an attorney down there as being a CIA contact, I suppose, would be the correct way to put that, would it not?
That was what we were asked, if we had any connection with him.
You talked to Mr. Gray, I believe, on June 27 about a Mr. Aguirre down there, did you not?
The FBI had asked us if this Mexican lawyer had any connection with the agency. We conducted an investigation to ascertain whether or not he had, and I reported to Mr. Gray that he had no connection with the agency. We knew nothing about him.
But what I'm trying to get at is the 27th, 4 days after this meeting, there was still some discussion as to whether or not there was a problem with Mr. Aguirre. If my notes are correct, Mr. Gray called you about this matter at 11:30 a.m., and you could not or did not respond immediately, and you returned Mr. Gray's call at 3:40 that afternoon and said that the CIA did not, in fact, have any interest in Mr. Aguirre. Does that meet your recollection?
But I want to point out, Mr. Thompson, in case there's any question in your mind, that whenever we were initially asked about this Mexican lawyer, it would have taken a few days to ascertain this, to be sure about it. We have to check files and records, and we'd have to check with people in Mexico, and this is not something that would happen from 1 minute to the next. But I don't recall when the first inquiry was made to us about a man named Aguirre. I just simply know from the record, since I've consulted the record on this point, that I did report this back to Mr. Gray, that we had no connection with him, the agency had no connection with him on the 27th of June. I believe you have documents there in my own handwriting attesting to this.
But Mr. Helms, just show, in order that we're as clear as we can be on this, I would like to ask you one more time whether, to the best of your independent recollection, Mr. Haldeman did say that the opposition was capitalizing on the Watergate and 5 men had been arrested and that was adequate.
I can't vouch for those exact words, but as I reconstructed this meeting with General Walters and went over it, there was some sort of a lead-in or reference at the beginning of the conversation to this burglary.
And it was after you're sitting there in the same room with General Walters and hearing his testimony that it did in fact occur, and it was after you're reading his memorandum where he stated that it did in fact occur, before you first mentioned yourself, that you recall that it did in fact occur.
Well,
is that correct?
That's relatively, I'm sure. That's good enough anyway.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
No, I'm good. Senator Montoya.
Just have 2 questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, did you know James McCord personally?
Yes, Senator Montoya.
How long had you known him?
Well, it's hard to tell you when I might have first met him, but I saw him from time to time during, let's say, the time that I was director of the agency during those 6.5 years. I recall his having been in my office on 2 or 3 occasions on various matters.
What kind of a man was he?
He had a good reputation.
And what was his reputation for veracity?
I have never had any cause to question Mr. McCord's reputation for veracity.
Would you say that his reputation as a human being, as a man, as an employee was very good?
Yes, it was. He left with a good record behind him.
And what can you say about Mr. Hunt? Did you know him?
Yes, I did know him.
What was his reputation?
Well, Mr. Hunt was he had a good reputation. There were some questions at various times during his employment about how well he had carried out certain assignments, but there was nothing malign about this. It was just a question of his effectiveness. Mr. Hunt was a bit of a romantic. He used to write books in his spare time, and I think there was a tendency sometimes for him to get a little bit carried away with some of the things he was involved in, but he'd never done anything illegal or nefarious that anybody was aware of, and when he left the agency, he left a decent record behind him.
What would you say about his reputation for veracity?
Well, I've said, sir, that he was romantic. I think that I just don't have any way of being able to answer that. I would have assumed that in matters of importance he would tell the truth.
Now, since you spent so much time as director of CIA, of the agency, what recommendations can you make to this committee concerning new legislation to help prevent the misuse of the Central Intelligence Agency for political or other purposes other than the assigned purposes delineated in the Act?
Well, Senator Montoya, I don't know how one legislates these matters. I've never understood how morality and proper conduct and decency can be legislated about. In Washington over the years, there have been many occasions when various people have tried to manipulate some organization or another in an improper way. This is not new to us. We read about it in the papers constantly. But how you legislate about this, I swear to you, sir, I don't know.
Well, would you say that in view of your experience with respect to this episode, there was an attempt by some people to manipulate the agency and its facilities?
Well, there was no question that there seemed to be an effort to use it, in quotes, quote, use it, unquote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good.
Mr. Ambassador, during the period of time from January the 20th, 1969 until the spring of 72.
January the 20th, 1969? Yes. I just am trying to fix this.
Right. Well, basically from 69, from the beginning of 69.
You mean from Inauguration Day on...
Right.
I see.
To the spring of 1972, were there occasions when you were contacted by either the Attorney General, John Mitchell, or the Deputy Attorney General, Robert Mardian?
Well, I used to see Mr. Mitchell quite frequently because Mr. Mitchell had duties given him by the President that had nothing whatever to do with the conduct of the affairs of the Department of Justice. And so I saw him with some regularity in meetings, in his office, on a variety of matters having to do with the affairs of the agency and with our various operations.
Were there any times when, in these contacts with either Mr. Mitchell, I don't recall your having said whether or not you'd ever met Mr. Mardian or not.
Oh, I did meet him. I met him one day in Mr. Mitchell's office, as a matter of fact.
Were there any contacts that you had with either Messrs. Mardian or Mitchell where you were asked to bring the CIA into investigations of a domestic nature?
I don't recall any such meetings. I know that the time that I mentioned that I met Mr. Mardian in Mr. Mitchell's office, it's my recollection that the reason he was there was that he'd been put in charge of an internal security operation or division of the Justice Department, and that he was going to get together a group of individuals from the various intelligence organizations to sit with him in an effort to make up some reports and analyses and so forth about domestic unrest and things of that kind. But it was always made very clear by me, and I never was challenged by Mr. Mitchell, that anything that we contributed to these meetings had to be as a result of our work overseas, of material we developed there which might have some bearing on things in the United States. As, for example, the FEDI and the terrorists, we've been working on them. We've been working on certain people involved in drug smuggling and a variety of things.
But at no time, in other words, there wasn't any sort of a pattern of requests of trying to bring the CIA into matters that you would consider properly outside the scope of the CIA. I'm not questioning your reaction at all here.
I don't recall them, Senator Weicker.
Do you recall discussing with the committee staff that you were being pushed to enter the domestic investigation area?
This committee staff?
Yes.
Well, at various times, questions have come up in, well, I remember one time there was a discussion with some of these, the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board about domestic operations and so forth, and they didn't think they were going satisfactorily, and could the agency make a contribution to this? And I pointed out to them very quickly it could not. There was no way. But this was a matter that kept coming up in the context of feelers. How can we do a better job? Isn't there somebody else that can take on some of these things if the FBI isn't doing them as well as they should? Are there no other facilities? But it was in that context. It was not a direct pressure on me, go do it.
Did you ever consider resigning your position as director of the CIA because of these types of feelers or indications?
No, Senator Weicker. I don't mean to be immodest, but I felt that I understood about these matters and these delimitations, and I thought I could take care of the agency better if I stayed where I was.
I've gathered from your statement that you have a great pride in the agency.
I do, sir.
And the only point that I'm trying to bring out, and let me just relate to your last answer, did you have any concern that if you left the agency as its director, that it might get into these other types of areas?
Well, I don't know that my thinking ever went quite that far, but because I had no reason to suppose that my successor would be a man of inadequate caliber.
But you felt that...
But I'd been around a long time, and I thought I understood pretty well what we were supposed to do and what we were not supposed to do. And if there are any sins that the agency has committed, they're on my shoulders. I'm not pawning them off on anybody else. I knew the ground rules, I know the laws and all the rest of it, and I did the best I could to keep the agency free and clear and sailing straight.
And I gather you felt that you yourself felt that it would do just that as long as you were, excuse the expression, at the helm.
Yes, Senator Weicker.
Right. In your meeting with Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, and General Walters, and was General Cushman there at that meeting also, the 23rd, the meeting of the 23rd?
Yes, sir. As I recall it, we were asked to come together by Senator Symington, and General Cushman was sitting on my left and General Walters was sitting on my right, and we were sitting right together at the table.
Why wouldn't such a request as Mr. Haldeman was making be made to you? You were the director of the CIA, and the request that was being made was having to do with the acting director of the FBI. So why not talk to you? Were you being talked around here? I'd like to get your impression.
Yes, I was being talked around. And I don't know exactly in what form this came up, but I was assured that it had been decided that General Walters was to do the talking. And obviously, I wondered at the time as to why.
Did you make any comment at the time?
Saying that he shouldn't do it, that I should do it?
No, that, turning to Mr. Hallman. Mr. Hallman, if you've got anything to say to my agency, would you please say it to me rather than those that are my subordinates?
Well, I did not remonstrate, no. We were sitting right there together, the four of us, and it was being made so clear that this was the way it was going to be done and had to be done, or they wanted it done that way.
I have no further questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, in no way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, before proceeding, I'd like to thank both of you for your very generous remarks this morning. If I may, I'd like to take the liberty of thanking you in Hawaiian. We would say mahalo and aloha, which means thank you very much and I love you both. Mr. Ambassador, you've indicated that as director of the CIA, you had the statutory responsibility for, quote, the protection of intelligence sources and methods.
From unauthorized disclosure, Senator Inouye, is the rest of the sentence.
Yes, sir. Now, during the period from June of '71 until your new assignment in Iran, did you have occasion to report on matters falling under that category to the President of the United States?
No, sir, I did not report on any matters of that kind directly to the President of the United States. We had a subcommittee of the United States Intelligence Board charged with security. This involved the system of clearances and how the community would work together in classifying documents and matters of this kind. When there were leaks which seemed to be unauthorized, particularly of material that was in intelligence channels, the matter was referred to this use of security subcommittee to see if any information could be ascertained as to what agency of government had leaked the information or what individual in what agency of government had given this information out. These investigations usually aborted. Efforts were made through the security officers of the other agencies to find out who might have done these things, but I don't remember any of them coming to any successful conclusion. We had no investigative staff for this. We had no rights to investigate in the State Department, for example, or in the Department of Defense. We simply counted on their people to contribute to this effort, but we had very poor results. And one of the reasons that I've felt burdened by this charge and the statute over the years is that it gave me a responsibility which I had no devices for carrying out.
Were these discussions ever held in the Oval Office or the Cabinet Room or the President's Executive Office building?
Well, not the discussions on matters having to do with the use of subcommittee. I'm sure that at various times in the 4 years since January the 20th, 1969, there were discussions about leaks. I remember one early in the administration which took place in the Oval Office. There were several cabinet members there, and I remember I was there myself.
Were you aware that these conversations may have been taped?
I was not.
Mr. Butterfield has testified that these conversations were being taped. Do you think, as director of the CIA, it is your statutory responsibility to get hold of these tapes?
That it would be my statutory responsibility?
Or whoever the director is today, in order not to compromise the CIA?
Frankly, sir, it wouldn't have occurred to me, and I didn't know that there were any tapes in existence while I was director, and since then I really hadn't thought about it.
If you knew that these were being taped, do you think it would be the statutory responsibility under the National Security Act for the director of the CIA to call upon the White House to receive those tapes?
Well,
on
sir,
the grounds
I don't...
that otherwise it might compromise the sources and methods of the CIA?
I wouldn't have thought so, Senator Inouye, because we were supposed to protect them against unauthorized disclosure, and discussions with the President and his duly cleared cabinet ministers would not constitute unauthorized disclosure.
A few days ago, we had testimony indicating that 3 of these tapes were placed into the hands of a private citizen, kept away from the official custodian for 48 hours. Would you consider that proper?
I would not consider that proper.
I thank you very much, sir.
Senator Gurney.
Mr. Ambassador, what were Hunt's areas of work at the CIA?
Senator Gurney, he was with the agency for many years and had a variety of assignments.
You might pull that mic over.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't move it over for you. I beg your pardon. I had a variety of assignments, and I honestly think it would be putting my memory to too much of a test to remember what they all were. I remember there was one that he had some assignment in connection with the operations leading up to the so-called Bay of Pigs. But this is readily available in the agency. You could get his personnel record, and then it would be accurate.
Oh, I'm not interested in a detailed account. I wondered if his areas were in the sort of work that he was doing on June 17th.
It would be hard for me to recall. I don't. I just don't remember.
How often does the CIA help out former employees in the loan of equipment, as in the case of Mr. Hunt?
Well, I can only say, Senator Gurney, that this was an extraordinary exception. And it was done because we had been asked to do it by the White House.
Has it ever been done before, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, has it, do you think it has been done before without your knowledge?
This is always possible, Senator Gurney. It's a large organization. I would hope not, but I can't say that it had never been done. No, of course not.
But at least no other CIA person has said to you that, yes, we did this on some other occasion with so-and-so.
I don't recall that having been said to me.
Well, since this was such an unusual request, why did the CIA go ahead and cooperate with Hunt?
Well, General Cushman had already authorized this, as I understood it at the time, on the basis of Mr. Ehrlichman having asked that the agency help. At that time, as I recall it, Mr. General Cushman was simply told that this was for him to conduct an interview. We had no way of knowing whether this was an interview in the United States or an interview overseas. It had already been done by the time I learned about it. And
What was your reaction when Cushman told you?
Well, I was not pleased about it, because I didn't quite understand why it was that he couldn't have acquired these things someplace else.
Well, I must say that same thought occurs to me. If these were routine items of apparatus, the White House certainly would have resources enough to get those themselves.
I would have thought so, Senator Gurney. I have learned when I came back here in May that there were some other things given to him, such as a voice changer or something, and I believe a wig has become almost legendary in this whole matter, but I don't recall anything about the wig at the time, but I don't question that it was done.
Did General Cushman ever ask him, now, Mr. Hunt, what do you want these things for? What are you going to use them for?
What General Cushman told me, as I recall it, was that he wanted this for a one-time interview. But General Cushman can certainly attest to these things for himself.
But he didn't tell anything to you.
And at that time, I think it's only fair to remember that nobody had ever suggested that anybody was going to do anything illegal or improper.
I understand. But it's such an unusual request, I'm really surprised that no one had a little more curiosity about what was going to be done.
Well, it was a very high-level White House official who was asking for this help, and we tried to help when it didn't seem to was going to do anybody any great harm.
I guess probably your answer would be the same to Mr. Young's request about the profile.
Yes, I have genuine regrets about being pressured into that. On Monday morning, there are a lot of football games that, if played again, might have been played differently, and I'm not proud of that one.
There were, of course, these conversations with Haldeman and Ehrlichman, which you have described, and Mr. Walters, I guess, had others that he reported to you about. And then the conversations with Mr. Gray. And then, of course, the conversations with Mr. Dean, when he was pressing for things like bail money and salaries while people might be in prison. Did it ever occur to anybody to go to the President of the United States about this time and advise him of these very unusual things that were going on in the White House?
Well, sir, my preoccupation at that time and all through these months was to keep the agency at a distance from this whole problem. And when I realized that these feelers were being made, there was never a proposal made. It was never said, will you do this? It was suppository. Would it be possible? Is this something that could happen, and so forth? And since we had stood firm, it seemed to me that that was adequate under the circumstances.
Well, I certainly commend you for that, and you did do the right thing in keeping the agency out of it. In the phone call with Mr. Gray, which you had, did you think in this phone conversation that he was trying to involve the CIA in any way?
I didn't have that sensation, Senator Gertie. The sensation I had was I couldn't quite understand why it was that he kept thinking that the CIA was somehow involved. Now, what generated this on his part, I don't know to this day, quite honestly. But it seems strange that he should... Well, we seem to be running into some CIA involvement, and I couldn't understand what he was talking about or how he knew this, because I couldn't see any involvement. I couldn't find any involvement. And what motivated this, I don't know, and I honestly don't know even now.
One final question. Mr. Thompson went over this with you, but I'm asking another question. That, of course, is this business of whether Haldeman and Ehrlichman were making their requests, or Mr. Dean for that matter, at the request of the President of the United States. And I don't want to go over that testimony again, I've heard it, but let me ask you this. In all of these transactions between you and these people, and Walters and these people, that were later reported to you, did you get any idea at all that President Nixon was involved in any cover-up here and wanting to use the CIA in the cover-up?
President Nixon was not put forward by any of these people in their discussions. They were conducting them on their own, as far as I was aware. Now, implicit in this was the fact that I was talking to the President's Chief of Staff. Now, what conversations he'd had with the President, he never said. But he was such a senior official that I had to assume that this was something that they wanted done.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. That's all.
Senator Talmadge.
Mr. Ambassador, you've had a long and distinguished career, both as a member of the CIA for many years and ultimately its director for more than 6 years, and now as a distinguished ambassador representing the government of the United States. Will you tell us why you left as director of the Central Intelligence Agency?
I had a conversation with the President after the election. I believe it was on November the 20th at Camp David. And we talked about my future. And he indicated that he wanted to make a change. This was in the context of making a lot of changes in the administration. I was at that time pushing 60 and about to come to what we had in the agency as the regular retirement age. This is not a statutory thing, but I had a policy in the agency that when officials got to be 60 that they retired. And this therefore seemed a good time to do this. That is why I left.
You did not leave on your own initiative then?
I did not submit my resignation in the form of, obviously the President always has your resignation. You do serve at the pleasure of the President for the time being. That's what the Commission says. So that this was a mutually arrived at arrangement.
You didn't have any impression that you were being pushed out?
Well, it wasn't put to me that way anyway.
In other words, when the President makes a suggestion, you don't have to determine whether you're being pushed, shoved, or led, do you? Would that be an affirmative answer? Thank you, sir. Did the White House contact you for a reference when they employed Mr. Hunt?
No, sir.
Didn't you think that was strange to employ an ex-representative of the CIA without checking on his credentials with the director of that agency?
I did, Senator Talmadge. In fact, I went to some trouble at the time to see if anybody else in the agency had been checked with other than me. In other words, had they gone to the personnel office or had they gone to the security office? And I established that there had been no contact made with the agency anywhere about Mr. Hunt.
No contact whatever?
No.
Now, what was your reaction when Mr. Young came to you in the summer of 1971 and informed you that the President's assistant, Mr. Ehrlichman, had assigned him to lead a White House investigation of security leaks? Were you surprised that that was being handled outside the FBI?
I suppose that I was, Senator Talmadge, but there had been so much talk about leaks and so much concern about them in this particular era that I suppose that what would have been normal surprise was somewhat dulled by this fact that maybe they weren't getting very far in establishing how these leaks had occurred, and this was somewhat of an extra effort to get into this. But I must say, I want to say to you now that I never dreamed that this was going to lead to a kind of an activist role. I thought this was pulling the material together and doing those things which for years had been done in the government. This is not the first president who's been concerned about leaks. That's been a kind of an endemic and chronic concern in the White House ever since I can remember.
Didn't J. Edgar Hoover have a reputation for running a pretty tight ship?
He did.
And an efficient organization?
Yes, sir.
And anything related to domestic activity the FBI normally handled?
They did, and he insisted on it.
And you insisted on handling the foreign activity?
Yes, sir.
And you had a perfectly valid agreement between the two of you as to who would encroach on what activities or not encroach on them, did you not?
We did, Senator Talmadge.
And it worked very well?
Yes, sir.
And you think in the national interest?
Yes, sir.
Now, when they requested of you that you do this psychological profile of Dr. Ellsberg, how could such a profile be made if psychiatric records were not obtained?
Well, sir, there's a question of terminology, Senator Talmadge, about this. The psychological profiles which the agency had been doing on foreign individuals were not based on psychiatric records. They were based on general intelligence information, and from this information and from interviews and things of that kind, all this material was put together and an effort was made to draw a profile of this man as to what kind of a human being he was. But there was never implicit in this ever that you had to have psychiatric material in order to do it.
In other words, you didn't have to put him on the couch?
No, sir. And none of them ever were put on the couch.
I believe you testified that the only involvement the CIA had in this entire operation was to provide a tape recorder and a camera to Mr. Young.
No, so that was to Mr. Hunt.
To Mr. Hunt.
Yes.
and that was done at a request from Mr. Ehrlichman.
As my recollection of how that happened was, and General Cushman, I believe, will be here shortly and will, can clarify this specifically. It was my impression that Mr. Hunt came to see General Cushman and asked him for these things, having been sponsored by Mr. Ehrlichman.
Is it your understanding over the years that when an assistant to the President of the United States or the Chief of Staff of the President of the United States or the Counsel for the President or Security Advisor for the President request information or materials or equipment from the CIA, that this request is from the President?
Well, this is implicit in it, sir, and presidents have tended in recent years to operate through these principal assistants because they can't be on the telephone all the time themselves, and one gets used to this course of dealing.
And if you'd have thought otherwise, it wouldn't have been complied with.
That's right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Talmadge.
In a moment, Senator Baker will question Ambassador Helms about James McCord's duties at CIA. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the questioning, the former director of the Central Intelligence Agency, Richard Helms, is still on the stand.
Senator Baker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Helms, when did you first
come to know Mr. McCord?
Mr. McCord?
Yes, sir.
Senator Baker, I don't recall exactly when I first met Mr. McCord.
I believe you indicated that you knew him some 20 years.
If I indicated that, and I didn't think that I did, I simply was making a statement to the effect that we had worked in this agency, the same agency, over this period of 20 years. But exactly when he came into my sights, when I first shook hands with him, I honestly don't remember.
Very well. I misunderstood you, but I guess your testimony then was that you knew of his employment by the CIA for about 20 years.
Yes, sir. And I had seen him on various occasions during the period that I was director. There was a project which came to my attention from time to time in which he was involved, and I think he may have been in my office 3 or 4 times during that period.
Did you know the nature of his assignment and responsibilities within the agency?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us what they were?
They were in the security office, and they had largely to do with the physical security of our properties and plants and things of that kind. There was one time when he had an assignment dealing with a defector, and I believe that he was the man who was taking care of this defector and doing some interrogation of him.
Was Mr. McCord generally regarded as a good employee, an effective employee of the agency?
He was.
Were part of his responsibilities to search for and monitor the possibility of the installation of wiretap equipment in U.S. installations by others?
I can't recall whether he was in the counter-surveillance part of the security office or not. I'm sorry, but this could be easily ascertained.
Do you know whether or not a part of his functions were to monitor the current state of the art of electronic surveillance equipment and to make recommendations on its usefulness to the agency?
I don't remember. If it's a document to that effect, I have no reason to question it.
Do you know in general whether or not Mr. McCord was proficient and knowledgeable of the general field of electronic surveillance?
I think he must have known about it. I can only make a comment here, and I'm not desirous of making anybody laugh, but it's quite clear that those fellows who entered the Democratic National Committee didn't know anything about the active way of going into buildings and getting out without getting caught.
You sort of adopt the Ulasewicz theorem that I wouldn't have gone in there with no army. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not familiar with that statement. But...
All right. Is it fair to say, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, that you're implying at least, or maybe saying, that the McCord operation was not in keeping with modern and efficient standards of electronic surveillance as you know them?
Amateurish in the extreme.
How do you square that with the idea that McCord had been with the agency for 20 years and that he was regarded as an effective employee?
Well, Senator Baker, I don't know whether these are proper matters for me to discuss in this forum, but I'd like to point something out to you. That breaking and entering and not getting caught is a very difficult activity. And for it to be done properly, one has to have trained individuals who do nothing else and who are used to doing this frequently and are trained right up to the minute in how to do it.
Was McCord in that category?
Obviously not.
Well, obviously the result would not bear that out, but you see what I'm searching for, whether or not he was in fact proficient, notwithstanding that his performance was not proficient.
That was not his function in the agency as I ever recall it. It was to do this kind of thing.
When did Mr. McCord leave the employee of the CIA?
In 1970. I've forgotten in what month he retired, perfectly legitimately.
It was a normal, ordinary retirement from the CIA?
Yes, sir.
At his request?
As far as I know.
What about Mr. Hunt? I believe your testimony is that he worked for the agency for 15 years approximately. Did you know
Or
him?
more. I just don't remember exactly how many years.
Well,
yes,
anyway, for a significant length of time.
I did know him, yes, sir.
How well did you know him?
I knew him relatively well because he and I, over many years, worked in the same general section of the agency.
What was his responsibility at the agency?
Well, as I replied to Senator Gurney, he had a variety of assignments, And I would plead with you to simply ask the agency to give you the employment record because I don't recall it. I do recall that he had an assignment in connection with the operations leading up to the Bay of Pigs. I do recall that.
Can you describe for us what sort of activity he had in the Bay of Pigs operation?
I think he had to do with certain aspects of the propaganda in connection with it, the propaganda against the Castro government.
This was a CIA operation?
Yes.
And this would have been in the early 60s, I believe.
Sir.
Was Mr. Hunt familiar with electronic surveillance and surreptitious entry?
I honestly don't know.
Mr. Hunt, I believe, was on the payroll in some capacity with the CIA. Was he an employee or a contractor?
He was an employee.
And I believe you indicated that
a staff employee is what we called them.
And that continued through shortly after June 17th, 1972.
No, he retired and went to work in Washington for somebody else, and he retired sometime in 1970.
Now, Mr. Hunt was not 62 or 65. Did he retire on disability?
No, sir, he retired because he was anxious to make more money than he can make in the government. He had had some financial problems due to the fact that a daughter had been in a bad accident and had developed some illnesses, I believe physical as well as psychiatric, that he'd run up a lot of doctor's bills. He had a suit in connection with this accident, and I believe he was looking for an opportunity to make more money than he could with the government.
Was Mr. Liddy ever employed with the CIA?
No, sir.
Or have any connection with it?
Well, that having any connection with, I found, is very dangerous. I have to watch myself about this. I was never aware of any connection that he had with the agents.
Did anyone ever inquire of you whether Liddy had any relationship to the CIA?
Well, I've been asked this at various times, and I've given the same answer that I have to you.
Yes. I'm not really trying to establish so much that he did or did not have a relationship as I am trying to establish whether or not an inquiry is made. Particularly by the White House staff or someone connected with the investigation of the Watergate subsequent to June 17th.
I was never aware of any inquiry.
All right. What about Mrs. Hunt?
Somewhere in the dimness of my recollection, could we consult the actual employment records? It seems to me that Mrs. Hunt was at one time employed by the agency before she married him or something. I'm not sure about that.
There's been published speculation to the effect that Mrs. Hunt was very closely involved with the CIA and possibly the superior of her husband, Mr. Hunt. Could you give me any insight into that?
Well, that's not true.
Okay.
Wasn't she employed in some embassy here in Washington in recent years?
I don't really think that may be mutually exclusive, Mr. Helms.
Well, it is. I want to make that clear. It is.
Perfectly clear.
Perfectly clear.
But you have some dim recollection that Mrs. Hunt may at one time have been employed with the CIA, but you commend to us the check of the CIA record.
I would appreciate if you would do that.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that that be done by staff. What about Mr. Barker? I believe you testified that he had some relationship to the CIA.
But that was a contractual relationship, and I believe was in the early 60s, during the time when there was a great deal of activity in Florida over Cuban operations. I believe he was terminated in the middle 60s, and I don't believe there was any relationship with him after that time.
Did you know Mr. Barker?
No.
Mr. Sturgis?
No, I don't know him either.
Hunt, I believe, was on the payroll in some capacity with the CIA. Was he an employee or a contractor?
He was an employee.
And I believe you indicated that
A
he
staff employee is what we called them.
And that continued through shortly after June 17th, 1972.
No, he retired and went to work in Washington for somebody else, and he retired sometime in 1970.
Now, Mr. Hunt was not 62 or 65. Did he retire on disability?
No, sir, he retired because he was anxious to make more money than he can make in the government. He had had some financial problems due to the fact that a daughter had been in a bad accident and had developed some illnesses, I believe physical as well as psychiatric, but he'd run up a lot of doctor's bills. He had a suit in connection with this accident, and I believe he was looking for an opportunity to make more money than he could with the government.
Was Mr. Liddy ever employed with the CIA?
No, sir.
Or have any connection with it?
Well, that having any connection with, I found, is very dangerous. I have to watch myself about this. I was never aware of any connection that he had with the agents.
Did anyone ever inquire of you whether Liddy had any relationship to the CIA?
Well, I've been asked this at various times, and I've given the same answer that I have to you.
Yes. I'm not really trying to establish so much that he did or did not have a relationship as I am trying to establish whether or not an inquiry was made. Particularly by the White House staff or someone connected with the investigation of the Watergate subsequent to June 17th.
I was never aware of any inquiry.
All right. What about Mrs. Hunt?
Somewhere in the dimness of my recollection, could we consult the actual employment records? It seems to me that Mrs. Hunt was at one time employed by the agency before she married him or something. I'm not sure about that.
There have been published speculation to the effect that Mrs. Hunt was very closely involved with the CIA and possibly the superior of her husband, Mr. Hunt. Could you give me any insight into that?
Well, that's not true.
Okay.
Wasn't she employed in some embassy here in Washington in recent years?
I don't really think that may be mutually exclusive, Mr. Helms.
Well, it is. I want to make that clear. It is.
Perfectly clear.
Perfectly clear.
But you have some dim recollection that Mrs. Hunt may at one time have been employed with the CIA, but you commend to us the check of the CIA record.
I would appreciate if you would do that.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that that be done by staff. What about Mr. Barker? I believe you testified that he had some relationship to the CIA.
But that was a contractual relationship, and I believe was in the early 60s, during the time when there was a great deal of activity in Florida over Cuban operations. I believe he was terminated in the middle 60s, and I don't believe there was any relationship with him after that time.
Did you know Mr. Barker?
No.
Mr. Sturgis?
No, I don't know him either.
Was he employed at one time with the CIA?
In your files, Senator Baker, there's the testimony, which is classified, that I gave on February the 7th before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, in which I discussed all these gentlemen, and I was much better up to speed about their relationships at that time than I am now, and if you would mind consulting that record, I would accept it.
Mr. Chairman, in that respect, I would propose something, that the testimony of this witness and others before the Committee on Foreign Relations, taken on May 17th, 1973, March 6, 1973, and the Committee on Appropriations on May 16th, 1973, and there's one other one. Which one is that? On February 7th, 1973, be incorporated in the files and records of the committee, with leave of the committee to decide what portions of that transcript may be excerpted for inclusion in the record as appropriate.
If there's no objection, that will be done.
Mr. Martinez worked for the CIA, and I believe he's the one who was taken off the payroll shortly after June 17th, 1972. Yes. Did you know Mr. Martinez?
No, sir.
Is he the only one who was taken off the payroll after June 17th?
There were none others on it.
Well, I guess the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez was receiving $100 a month.
That's my recollection, but that's in the February 7th testimony.
Well, I won't burden the record further with inquiry in that respect. According to my understanding of the summary of the staff interviews with you, Mr. Helms, these things appear. And I'll go through them if you don't mind and stop as you may request, or you may comment on them after I finish. On July 7th, 1971, General Cushman received a call from Ehrlichman advising that Hunt, a former CIA employee, had been added to the security office at the White House. This information was passed on by Cushman to you on July 8th.
I interrupt only to say that I had never heard that he'd been added to the security office of the White House. I just heard that he'd been employed by the White House. I don't know whether they have a security office.
Yes, but in any event, someone thought to notify the agency that a former employee of the CIA had been added to the White House staff.
Yes.
So it was clear that someone at the White House knew that this man was a former CIA agent.
Yes, I can only assume that.
And on July 22nd, according to our information, and this I understand to be based on a summary of your interview with the staff, on July 22nd, Hunt visited General Cushman and requested the agency, the CIA, to furnish him with identification documents, an alias, and physical disguises. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am, because I've seen a document recording that meeting.
And they were supplied?
I believe, yes.
Was there any protest to the supplying of this material to Mr. Hunt?
Well, as I testified earlier, when I was informed of this somewhat later, some of the items you mentioned, I don't recall having been told that he'd been given. And it was the tape recorder and the camera that I recall having been told about, and that's what sticks in my memory.
Have you later learned on good authority, particularly from agency authority, that Hunt requested and received bogus identification documents, an alias, and a physical disguise?
Yes. That was a voice changer, wasn't it? And a wig?
I was coming to that. Then on several occasions, Hunt met with CIA people and received further alias documentation, specifically the name of Edward Joseph Warren, disguised material, which I believe may have included a wig, a speech alteration device, which some of us would devoutly wish for, a recorder in a typewriter case, and a camera and a tobacco pouch.
I have learned that that was what he was given.
And all of those things were requested of Hunt, of the CIA, and CIA supplied them, and this post-dated the time when you were notified this former CIA agent was going to work for the White House.
Yes.
Was Mr. Liddy present? Did you know, or have you since learned, on more than one of these meetings and received similar disguises and alias documentation, especially in the name of George F. Leonard, at Mr. Hunt's request?
Senator Baker, I've never met Mr. Liddy. I don't know Mr. Liddy.
Did you receive this information?
But I was given this information in May of this year.
By CIA people?
Yes. Is it not true that at the time that this material was given to Mr. Liddy, it was given to him under an alias?
I believe under the name of George F. Leonard.
Well, that may be.
But I understand the name of George F. Leonard, together with the alias documentation, was supplied by CIA.
Yes.
And but on August, I'm sorry.
My only point was that at the time, he was not identified, I believe, to the CIA people as Mr. Liddy, was he?
I'm not sure, Mr.
I didn't think he was.
He may or may not have been, but my notes indicate here that Mr. Liddy, at the request of Mr. Hunt, was supplied with an alias, to wit, George F. Leonard, and alias documentation to verify that identity by the CIA. And this post-dated the time when the White House had served notice on the CIA that a former agent, Mr. Hunt, was coming into their employ. On August 24th, Mr. Hunt delivered to the CIA film, which he had taken for developing. And it was, in fact, developed by the CIA. Did
That's
you
what I've
know,
been-
or have you since learned that?
No, I've been told that occurred.
And the CIA delivered prints from those negatives to Mr. Hunt and kept file copies of the prints and negatives in the CIA records.
I don't know about these events from firsthand.
Well, have you learned
So what
that?
I may have been informed may not be accurate. I had thought that when the film was developed, the developed film was returned, plus the films themselves, and that the only thing the agency retained was some sort of a Xerox of the photographs.
But in any event,
But in other words, the negative is not still in the possession of the agency, I believe.
but prints were.
Of Xeroxes.
Well, all right, Xerox prints.
I say this, Senator Baker, only in the interest of precision, because photographs that have been Xeroxed are not as clear as the original prints.
Well, I agree with you. They certainly are not. But one of those photographs we learned from another part of the record was a picture, I believe, of Mr. Liddy standing in front of the decimated files of Dr. Ellsberg, psychiatrist, which was a rather graphic form of identification.
I'm unaware of that.
But you are aware that some form of photographic record, probably a Xerox copy, of the photographs of the Ellsberg break-in were retained in the CIA file.
Yes.
And that CIA received the film from Hunt and developed it.
That's correct. But may I say that at that time, nobody knew what these films represented. I've been told that since, too.
Surely it would arouse some modest amount of curiosity to see that, and I won't pursue that any further because that's not the point I'm reaching for. But on August 26, you were advised of increasing demands made by Mr. Hunt. He'd already made several which had been acceded to, the ones I've just described. Increasing demands from CIA for technical and other assistance, including that to be supplied with a personal secretary then located in Paris. Did you have personal knowledge of that?
I did, and it was at that time that I spoke to General Cushman, as I've already attested.
That was, in effect, the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yes, sir, you put it very well.
And you declined to go any further, and my information based on the staff interview with you, Mr. Ambassador, indicates that you were apprised of these facts by Cushman, and that you told Cushman that Hunt had now gone too far, and that Cushman should tell Ehrlichman that no further assistance would be afforded to Hunt.
Yes, sir.
Cushman did apprise Ehrlichman on August 27th, and on August 30th, Cushman sent you a memorandum on which you wrote the words good, or the word good.
Yes, sir. Would you please read what General Cushman wrote to me on which I wrote the word good? I think that makes...
Yes, sir. I don't have that in the summary staff gave me, but I've now been handed what appears to be a Xerox copy of a memorandum entitled at the top, Official Routing Slip. Item 6 says Howard Hunt, and under remarks with the date 27 August 1971 in the left-hand margin, quote, I called John Ehrlichman Friday and explained why we could not meet these requests. I indicated Hunt was becoming a pain in the neck. John said he would restrain Hunt. With the and below that is the initial C, I take it. And
which was
below
Cushman's
that
initial.
Is the word good with the initial
R.H.
R.H. That's the document.
A little hard to read, but that's what it is.
That too is a Xerox copy. Mr. Chairman, this does not appear to be in the record. If it is not, might I ask that it be included now as an exhibit to the witnesses'
Let it
testimony?
be marked appropriately as an exhibit and admitted to the record as such.
Mr. Helms, isn't it clear from all of this that the CIA at whatever level, and you to some extent, were aware of the fact that Mr. Hunt at least was deeply involved in White House activity with CIA support, and that you blew the whistle after a great number of things had already occurred?
Senator Baker, if we go to July and August of 1971, I certainly was totally unaware of any illegal activity, any improper activity, or anything that would have raised a question about the type of thing that Mr. Hunt was involved in, I assure you there hadn't been any intimation whatever that there was any question of a burglary, there was any question of stealing anything, there was any question of his having committed any illegal or improper acts.
I don't doubt that, Mr. Helms. I'd take your testimony the same way I do the testimony of every other witness. I start with the good faith assumption that you swear the truth, and I have no reason to doubt that unless other and contradictory evidence is made to appear. But I don't suggest that I'm trying to lead you into a contradiction. I'm rather trying to establish a relationship on which the White House or the CIA would base its perception of the fear that CIA might have been involved in these things. Now let's see how that goes. We've got Hunt, we've got McCord, we've got Barker, we've got Sturgis, we've got Martinez, we've got 2 sets of forged identity documents, we've got a voice-altering device, we've got a wig, we've got a camera and a tobacco pouch, we've got the processing service for that, we've got the certain knowledge that all these things were discussed between White House staff and CIA staff, and I wonder if that doesn't lead us to the idea that when these people are caught, that somebody would certainly say, well, what was the CIA involvement in?
Well, Senator Baker, I have the greatest respect for you, and if you would, those were the thought processes that have gone through your mind. I have no reason to argue with them. I simply, a moment ago, was not trying to make a self-serving statement. I was simply trying to indicate that there has been a tendency, it seems to me, in recent times to have everything run in real time, as though all of these things were known and had happened, and that therefore one should have had the good sense to know this thing or that thing at a certain period of time. And I simply was trying to point out that this was not the case.
Well, I'm accepting that at face value, and by the same token, I hope, Mr. Ambassador, you don't think that these questions are accusatory. Certainly not of you, maybe not even of CIA, probably not even of CIA, but I'm trying to establish a set of facts on which perceptions might or might not be based, particularly whether or not an inquiry should be made after the arrest and the attendant publicity about whether or not the people involved were, in fact, CIA involved. I'm not saying they were. I'm trying to establish the validity of an inquiry in that respect. And I've not made up my mind on that point. I'm going to weigh that very carefully, as I'm going to weigh all the other evidence, and it's going to be February 28th before I state a conclusion. But your identification of these components is very helpful to me, and I am grateful for it. Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude. I'm sure my time is over, but I can't conclude without saying that I think Mr. Helms, at great personal sacrifice, has agreed to appear before this committee and other committees, that his information has been most helpful, that his testimony has been forthright, I believe, and forthcoming. It may be that at a future time we'll require further information from Mr. Helms, but I hope not. He has a very important post to return to. But at this point, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Baker.
Is not the director of the CIA appointed by the President, subject to confirmation of the Senate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Does the same thing apply to the Deputy Director?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, inasmuch as these materials were furnished to Mr. Hunt in July and August of 1971 at the request of Mr. John Ehrlichman, is it not reasonable to assume that the White House knew that Mr. Hunt was engaged in undercover work? That is, Mr. Ehrlichman knew that Mr. Hunt was engaged in undercover work?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I can only assume that if Mr. Ehrlichman asked that Mr. Hunt be helped, I realize that in this life assumptions are very dangerous. One would have assumed that he'd asked for this help for some reason, and he must have known what the reason was, or at least I would have assumed that he would have known what the reason is, but I can't prove it, and I don't know, and I didn't know myself at the time.
Well, you do know that Mr. Ehrlichman requested it, that Mr. Ehrlichman was a very important aide in the White House, and he requested this aid from Mr. Hunt, and also you know that the CIA put an end to when the CIA put an end to giving help to Mr. Hunt, that Mr. Ehrlichman was notified that Mr. Hunt had become a pain in the neck. So didn't it strike you, when you learned of these things, didn't it strike you as strange that the White House would engage in undercover work on its own initiative rather than resort to the use of the FBI?
Well, you know, Senator Ervin, at that time, there was no intimation that this was even undercover work. What I understood Mr. Hunt had told General Cushman was that he wanted to conduct an interview. And there was no intimation that this was undercover work.
Well, now here is a wig. That was, you didn't think that the wig was to improve the appearance of the pulchritude of Mr. Hunt, did you?
I assume, in retrospect, because I didn't remember about the wig at the time, Mr. Chairman, as I've testified, but I have assumed in retrospect that Mr. Hunt wanted to conduct this interview disguising himself as someone else. But we didn't know that at the time.
Well, when a man undertakes to disguise himself as someone else, he's engaged in undercover work, isn't he?
Well, we run into a definitional problem, sir.
Well, you didn't think that you got applied for this voice alteration device in order to sing a different part in the choir, did you?
Mr. Chairman, my problem here is that at the time that this was going on, I do not recall having been told that he had been given a wig and a voice alteration device. I found that out in May of this year, so that this business of however one interprets undercover work or however one defines it, no intimation was given to me at that time that Hunt was involved in undercover work.
Well, we've had some discussion here, rather some observation, some discussion, that that most of us human beings are sort of like lightning bugs. We carry our illumination behind and see better in retrospect than we do in prospect. But in retrospect, don't you think it would be reasonable to infer that Mr. Hunt was engaged in something that might be called detective work, if not undercover work?
Yes, in retrospect,
a covert activity.
Certainly.
Now, the same thing, I believe that Mr. Liddy was furnished some material under an alias, not under his own name, during the same period of time.
I believe that's true.
Yes. Now, I believe you stated that when you learned of the break-in at the Watergate, I believe you were out of the country.
No, sir, I was here at that time.
You were here?
Yes, sir.
I thought you said something about reading it in a foreign, an American,
no, sir.
A foreign language newspaper.
No, Mr. Chairman, the question that I was asked, which I read about, was the break-in of Dr. Fielding's office.
Oh, yes. That's right. I beg your pardon. Yeah. I remember now. And it just shows that even the chairman of this committee is not, doesn't have an infallible memory of something that's heard just a few minutes before. Now, after the break-in, when was the first time after the break-in you had any contact with anybody from the White House?
It was at that June 23rd meeting.
23rd. You and General Walters were requested by the White House to come to the White House, for you know.
Yes, sir. We were asked to come to Mr. Ehrlichman's
and
office.
You had a conversation with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman. Is that correct? And they expressed concern about the possibility that if the FBI continued certain investigations in Mexico, that it might interfere with some of the activities of the CIA.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Did they mention exactly what activities the FBI had in Mexico?
No, sir, they did not.
Was there anything said about Mexican checks?
Mr. Chairman, it is my recollection, and I can only say my honest recollection, that the first time I heard about any money or a check going to Mexico was later on the day of the 23rd, when General Walters reported to me about his conversation with Acting Director Gray earlier in the afternoon. I believe that happened about an hour and a half after we'd been with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman. And Mr. Gray had mentioned to General Walters, as I recall it, that there was something about a check for something over $80,000 that had showed up in Mexico. But this was the first I'd heard about money.
That was on after your visit to the White House, but on the same day of your visit to the White House.
That's right. I don't recall Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman mentioning anything about money.
Well, did they say anything? Did either one of them say anything? What specific matters gave them the White House concern about the possibility that FBI investigations might some way collide with the setup of the CIA?
No explanation was given, Mr. Chairman, and as I testified earlier this morning, it was not possible for me to know everything that we were doing in Mexico or what the FBI might be running into, and I simply thought it was prudent to do some checking before I got assertive about this.
Now, the director of the CIA, or the acting director of the CIA, is also a presidential appointee, isn't he?
The director and the deputy director of Central Intelligence are by statute presidential appointees and subject to the advice and consent of the Senate.
And the same thing has recently been happened with respect to the director of the FBI, hasn't it? Or has it?
I believe it has. Yeah. I think that he now is subject to confirmation.
Well, anyway, after you and General Walters had visited the White House and had a conversation with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman, in which they expressed concern about the possibility of FBI investigations in Mexico colliding with the work of the agents of the CIA, General Walters did receive a communication from Mr. Gray, the acting director of the FBI, concerning these Mexican checks.
I believe that Acting Director Gray spoke to him in their meeting about this. I don't remember a communication. I mean, a written communication.
Did the director of the did Mr. Gray say anything about expressing any concern as to whether the FBI operations might impede on the CIA in some manner in pursuing an investigation about these $89,000 in checks, Mexican checks?
Mr. Chairman, I honestly don't remember. But I believe that General Walters, who had the conversation, who I believe will testify here, might be able to clarify this for you, because he was the one, after all, that was with him.
Now, in addition to, then you or General Walters had several meetings or phone calls with Mr. Gray about this matter.
My recollection is that during this period, I personally did not see Acting Director Gray. I talked to him on the telephone. It was only General Walters who visited with him and talked with him.
Did you talk to Mr. Gray about the Mexican checks?
I never talked to him about Mexican checks. I talked to Mr. Gray on the phone about this Mexican lawyer.
Oh, Garrio or something like that.
That's right.
But General Walters did report to you that in his meetings with Mr. Gray, that Mr. Gray talked about the Mexican checks.
Yes, sir, he did.
Yes.
But as I recall this now, it was a sum of in excess of $80,000 on the check, but nobody ever explained to me at that time what this money was for or how it got there or anything about its purpose.
Then, after that time, the CIA, acting either through you or General Walters, undertook to make it perfectly clear to Mr. Gray that that the FBI's investigation into the matters relating to these Mexican checks would not interfere with the CIA.
Well, sir, what we made clear to Mr. Gray was that if by any chance they ran into any of our operations, they were to abide by our long-time understanding to notify us.
Yes. And that ended the matter as far as the CIA and the Mexican checks was concerned, did it?
Sir.
Then, a short time after that, Mr. Dean contacted the CIA on 2 successive days.
3 successive
Three
days.
successive days. And the CIA assumed that he was representing the White House, didn't it?
Well, you see, Mr. Chairman, when Mr. Dean called General Walters was not acquainted with Mr. Dean. And since I think that somehow in the conversation, General Walters intimated that why should he come down and talk to Mr. Dean said, you get a hold of Mr. Ehrlichman and he will attest to the fact that I'm authorized to talk to you. And General Walters told me he had reached Mr. Ehrlichman and that Mr. Ehrlichman had so stated.
Yes. And then in these conversations, just in the interest of time, I'll lump them together. The first approach that Mr. Dean made was that he requested that the CIA pay the defense cost and the support of these 5 men that had been caught in the Watergate.
Mr. Chairman, may I, with great deference, correct your statement?
Yes, sir.
These were feelers to find out if there was some way that the CIA might do. According to General Walters' reports to me, he was never requested to do anything.
Yes. Well, Mr. Dean made inquiry of General Walters as to whether or not there was any way in which the CIA could bear these costs.
I think that's probably a good description.
And then on a succeeding day, while he made, after he was advised by General Walters that CIA, that would be beyond the authority of the CIA and that he knew that you wouldn't countenance, then Mr. Dean returned and asked if they could arrange, if the CIA could arrange bail for the persons that arrested in the Watergate.
I had distinct recollection, and why this stuck so firmly in my mind, I'm not entirely sure. It was on the second day that this question of bail and salaries was raised. In other words, there were 3 sessions, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and it was at the Tuesday session that these matters came up.
Now, you stated that you did the best you could, and you did succeed in stopping any further advances to the CIA in this respect, and I presume that in so doing you were acting under the statute and pursuant to the statute, which says that the CIA has no law enforcement powers of a domestic nature and has no function in regard to internal security.
But not only that, Mr. Chairman, but a trust is put in the Director of Central Intelligence about the money that's given to him by Congress. And there are certain understandings with the appropriate appropriations committees of Congress about what this money shall be spent for and how it shall be handled. And I was very clear in my mind about those. And there was nothing about this request that we could have accommodated within those guidelines.
And that was made very clear to Mr. Dean.
I believe it was.
Now, there's been some examination indicating that perhaps you and General Walters had some discrepancy. There was some discrepancy of a slight nature in the testimony you gave before, I believe, Senator Symington's committee.
Right, and this understanding was all hanging out there in the committee. I mean, this is just the problem of human recollections. And I realized that through these hearings, I was told by some gentleman this morning that people seem to have a good forgettery when they get in this chair.
No,
I don't pretend to be any better or any worse than anyone else, and my memory is fallible from time to time, but I'm doing my very best in all of these hearings to tell you what I remembered at the time. And as far as a small disagreement between General Walters and I were concerned, that when we talked it over and analyzed the conversation and reconstructed it, I had to admit I'd forgotten.
This is not, was not asking any, intimating any criticism at all, because I've just illustrated myself for this morning that my memory is quite fallible. And also, there's some other good men's memories, and I'll strike myself out of the good men. but as memories of other people have been fallible. And the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John tell us that when Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor, ordered the crucifixion of Christ, that he wrote out a title and had it put on the cross. And people who have an opportunity to read something, where things are used right, and I think it's more apt to be accurate than just what we hear. And it's rather significant that the writers of these four Gospels disagreed. This is exactly what this title that was put on the cross said. The 37th verse of the 27th chapter of Matthew says that the writing which was put on the cross read as follows: "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews." The 26th verse of the 15th chapter of St. Mark has a different version. It says, the King of the Jews. The 38th verse of the 23rd chapter of St. Luke has still a different version of what was on this title. And it says, the title was, "This is the King of the Jews." And then the 19th verse of the 19th chapter of St. John has a fourth version of the same words, or same title rather, "Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews." And so I say that if those four good men could have different versions of the same words, it's quite understandable why you and I and other human beings have sort of fallible memories about things sometimes. And another thing I've noticed about the human mind, and that is this, that sometimes when something occurs, at first we have a recollection that certain things were said. And our memory does not tell us that certain other things were said. But when we hear the testimony of other people, or sometimes look at a document, that our memories become refreshed. And the things that were hidden somewhere in an unconscious part of our mind become fresh to our memories again. And so I just want to say these things because I don't attribute too much importance to the fact that human beings don't recall all conversations and even all written words exactly alike. And I'd just like to say this, Mr. Helms, from the observation of the work you did as director of the CIA, and from the contacts I had with you, I think you did a magnificent job in that capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other senator have a question? Yes. Senator? Yes. Senator, I'll recognize Senator Inouye first, then I'll recognize Senator Michael.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, in response to the Chairman's question, you used a word which intrigues me, feelers. I presume feelers coming from the White House. When did you realize that the White House was feeling you out about the possibility of using your agency as a cover-up for the Watergate burglars?
Well, when I used, Senator Inouye, the word feelers, I was describing what I understood was the way Mr. Dean conducted a conversation with General Waters, which had to do with whether there was a possibility that the agency could provide covert funds to provide bail for the men who had broken into the Watergate, and also whether or not, when they were convicted and sent to jail, the agency would pay their salaries while they were in jail. Now, according to General Waters' report to me, this was not a request of him by Mr. Dean. It was sort of postulating what could be done under the circumstances. And this is why I thought maybe a descriptive word as any would be feelers.
Now, Don't you consider that the suggestions being made of the possibilities constituted a very serious departure from the statutorily prescribed functions of your agency?
It would have been if we had in any way become involved in this.
That being the case, did you feel that you should have advised the two senior members of the House and the Senate, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee of the House and the Senate?
Well, Senator Newey, I didn't, and I don't recall having thought that that was an obligation I had at the time. I thought that my job was to keep the agency clear of all this, and as long as I succeeded in keeping it clear of it, that was my job and my business. And further, that these conversations were held in such a fashion that there was, if I understood General Walter's report to me accurately, that to make the assertion that we'd been asked to do this would have been denied, that this was a possibility that was being discussed. But I don't want to lean heavily on that, please. I want to lean heavily on the fact that I was trying to keep the agency clean, and that I didn't, as long as I kept it clean, I felt I was doing my job.
But whatever was being suggested in your mind was improper.
The improper thing would have been if we'd done it.
Did you advise your successor, Mr. Schlesinger, of these feelers?
I don't recall our discussing this now. As a matter of fact, I had the conversations I had with Mr. Schlesinger when he came into the agency had to do almost entirely with operational matters and liaison relationships and things of that kind. I didn't get into these matters, as I recall it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you.
Senator Wyckoff.
Mr. Helms, I'd like to, Ambassador Helms, I'd like to, if I can, go back to the meeting of the 23rd, and I'm now using the transcript of the hearing, specifically that portion of the transcript which relates to Mr. Haldeman's recollections of that meeting.
And you're now quoting from Mr. Haldeman.
That's right. That's right. I think this is a good opportunity to try and not so much settle the question as to whether or not Watergate was discussed, because to be candid, there was no question that it was insofar as Mr. Haldeman is concerned. Yeah. And but rather of what was said. I think that's what's important here. I think everybody concedes the fact that Watergate was discussed at this meeting, regardless, as I say, the slip of your recollection at those hearings. Nobody disputes that, either in your later recollection or in Mr. Haldeman's testimony before the committee. Mr. Haldeman said, so without commenting on either the accuracy of Mr. Walter's recollection or your recitation of it, and he's talking to Mr. Dash, because he's given a number of different statements and depositions in this thing that make it rather complex. But the meeting, one of the purposes of the meeting is assigned to me by the President on the morning of the 23rd, when he told me to have me and Ehrlichman meet with Director Helms and Deputy Director Walters, in addition to ascertaining whether there was any CIA involvement, and I put that as point number one, whether there was any CIA concern about earlier activities of people who had been arrested at the Watergate, I put that as point number two, and three was to tell the CIA directors that the FBI had expressed concern that as to whether there was CIA involvement or any impingement. Now, he elaborates on this in the following statements. Mr. Helms told me at the meeting that there had no CIA involvement in the Watergate operation, and he had so informed Director Gray. So I learned that at that meeting. I didn't know it prior to the meeting. Now, and here's what I'd like to question you on as to what your recollection is. We get into what he considered to be the main point. Mr. Haldeman, because, and there seems to be a very difficult point to get across, but because there were other items of concern, the question raised was not solely the question of whether the CIA had been involved in the Watergate break-in, but also whether the investigation of the Watergate break-in, which was to be thorough and total, could possibly impinge upon the activities totally unrelated to Watergate and related to national security or to covert CIA operations, the activities of some of the individuals who had also been involved in the Watergate and had been arrested at the Watergate. Let me just read that last portion. But also whether the investigation of the Watergate break-in, which was to be thorough and total, could possibly impinge upon the activities totally unrelated to Watergate and related to national security or to covert CIA operations. Now, is that the instruction that you recall, or is that the subject matter that you recall being related from Mr. Haldeman to General Walters, or is it of a different nature? And if so...
Well, I recall being asked if there was any CIA involvement.
Right.
And I answered negatively.
Correct.
I recall, as I said earlier this morning, that Mr. Haldeman made some reference to the Bay of Pigs. I referred to it as an incoherent reference because it was, frankly, in my recollection, I don't know exactly what point he had in mind. But I reacted to that question very firmly. Now, the Bay of Pigs is the rubric for a very unhappy event in the life of the CIA. It's been a dead cat that's been thrown at us over the years ever since. And therefore, it's one to which I'm likely to react, and react rather quickly, for the simple reason that the Bay of Pigs was long since over. The problems arising from it had been liquidated. I was well aware of this, and I didn't care what any investigation had to do with the Bay of Pigs. It could have gotten into anybody involved with it or without it or above it or below it. I didn't care. And I was trying to make this clear to Mr. Haldeman on that occasion. The fact that some of these people that broke into the Watergate had at one time had relationships with the agency, including Martinez, who had had them up until just a few days before, didn't make any difference to me. I mean, there was nothing that anybody was going to find out about investigating them that was going to bother us, as far as I was aware. We then get down to the question of what an FBI investigation in Mexico might turn up. And as I explained earlier, I did not have in my head all of our operations in Mexico. But what was more important, I didn't know where the FBI was investigating in Mexico. I didn't know who they were following. I didn't know what they were up to. So I regarded it as prudent to inform myself a bit about these things before I came down flatly and said, let the FBI go ahead and investigate in Mexico. They'll never run across our operations, because this might not have been the case. Do I answer your question, sir?
All right, so that's what then did Mr. Haldeman, to the best of your recollection, tell General Walters?
The thrust of what I understood Mr. Haldeman to say to General Walters was that he wanted him to speak to Acting Director Gray to restrain whatever investigation the FBI was conducting in Mexico, because it might run into certain CIA operations down there. And I've just explained to you why it was that I could not say on the spur of the moment it couldn't possibly happen.
So,
Mr. Senator Weicker, I'd also like to mention here, if you don't mind, something I said a moment earlier, that often the White House gets information about things that other people in the government are not privy to. The President and other people in the White House have a great many sources of information, and I didn't know what they had on their mind about CIA operations in Mexico at that point, or might have had on their mind.
Now, immediately upon leaving this meeting with General Walters, did you have any discussion with General Walters relative to the discussion which had taken place with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlich?
As I testified earlier, I told General Walters that I thought when he saw Mr. Gray that he should point out to Mr. Gray that there's a delimitation agreement between the FBI and the CIA, wherein if FBI investigations run into CIA matters, they're to be reported to the CIA, and if CIA operations run into FBI matters, they're to be reported to the FBI. And I thought that this was all, the whole distance he had to go in his conversation with Mr. Gray. It was a legitimate request. It was made because I didn't know whether Mr. Gray was familiar with this. He hadn't been acting director for very long. I wasn't even sure General Walters was familiar with it because he'd only been in the agency about 6 weeks or so. So I wanted to be sure that these two relatively new people were not talking about what I thought were talking about what I thought were important and legitimate things.
Would it be proper to say that you were comfortable with General Walters going to Pat Gray with what you indicated to him outside of the meeting, and that you were uneasy if he had gone to General Gray with what had been transmitted by Mr. Haldeman?
I accept that.
Then one last question. When I asked you in the first round of questioning as to whether or not you felt you were being talked around during that meeting of the 23rd, and as you've testified, I've gathered this pride that you have in the independence of the CIA, the belief that you have in the trust that is imposed upon the director by the Congress. And I gather you certainly don't hesitate to express those feelings to this committee, and I gather you don't hesitate to express them, or you didn't hesitate to express them to anybody else while you were director of the CIA. Now, do you feel that this might have been one of the reasons why you were talked around at this meeting of the 23rd?
Well, certainly that occurred to me. I had mixed emotions about this. Any sensible person, I think, would have wondered why I was not asked to do this. Various interpretations, I suppose, could have been thought up. But the fact of the way it was handled is in itself an unusual event. And General Walters, I think, and he can speak for himself about this, thought that maybe they were asking him to do it because he was an Army officer and used to taking orders. Well, I've been in the government a long time and used to taking orders too. So that I think one was forced a bit to the conclusion that for some reason they thought he might carry out the instructions more precisely and more fully than I might have. I just don't know. I've never been told.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I won't take long. I have 3 questions, and they won't consume very much time. As I understood your testimony, Mr. Ambassador, Hunt was supplied with certain equipment. I don't recall what you said he was supplied with, but that it was not used in the Ellsberg burglary.
Well, Senator Baker, this is the point I was trying to make, that you read out to me a moment ago the equipment that he was given, and I submit to you, as a highly intelligent human being, could you break into a building with that equipment?
I don't know, but what I'm reaching for is, if it wasn't used for that, what was it used for?
I don't know to this day.
Can you give us any idea? Were there other operations that required this rather elaborate and exotic spy set?
You know, the spy set was, if you put it together, I think is consistent with what the chairman was saying, that this would be the kind of thing you would want if you were going to conduct an interview with an individual whom you didn't want to recognize you for who you were. In other words, under an assumed name for whatever purposes.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
No.
We've heard testimony, I believe, from other witnesses that it's the practice of the CIA in the event that one of their agents gets into trouble, that the agency takes care of their family and that sort of thing. Is that, in fact, a policy of the CIA?
Well, for example, it is now public knowledge that Mr. Downey and Mr. Fecto were working for the CIA when they were captured, arrested, convicted, and put in jail in China. And during the period that they were in jail, their salaries were paid just as though they'd been on our rolls. So that when they came out, they had a quite tidy piece of money to take care of them for whatever period of time they wanted to use it for. And we supported the families of one of them during that period.
Is the answer yes?
Yes.
Do I understand the thrust of your testimony to be that the things I listed earlier about the wigs, about the camera, and about the voice-altering device, about the psychological profile possibly, and a number of other things were all done by the CIA, but that you learned of all or most of them much, much later?
No, I was involved in the psychological profile. I don't want to duck that one.
All right.
I authorized its being made.
Okay. What about the others? But do I understand that you learned of these things much later?
Somewhat later. Because you see, if you find my answer equivocal, let me explain it. My recollection was that I heard about the tape recorder and the camera within the time frame of July, August 1971. It's the wig and the other things that I did not remember having been told about at that time, which I learned about considerably later.
And to this day, you don't know what those things were used for?
No, sir. You know, Senator Baker, I want to explain something to the committee. I've been away in these recent months, so I've not had access to the newspapers here of the full testimony before this committee. This may have been explained many times in Congress, and I may have missed it, so that I just don't know.
Why didn't you, when you found out about these things, launch an inquiry into it?
Well, quite frankly, as of the time that this was all going on, do you realize that at the time of the Watergate burglary, there was no evidence that had ever come to my attention that this equipment had been used for any illegal or improper act?
Yeah, but you knew it was outstanding. At the moment you found out this stuff had been issued or this support supplied by CIA, did you do anything to investigate what it was used for?
No, sir.
Why didn't you?
Frankly, it didn't occur to me.
You knew a day after this happened that 2 or 3, 4 of your former FBI, CIA agents, and one of them still on the payroll, was involved. Did you launch yourself an investigation to see what was going on?
About the Watergate burglary? Certainly.
Yes, sir.
Certainly.
What'd you do?
Well, we checked on all these people, their relationships with our people, their relationships with the agency. We went through all of that and turned all that material over to the FBI.
Did you go talk to these people? Did you pick up the phone and say, what in the world's going on?
No, sir. We never talked to any of them, as far as I'm aware. After all, they were in jail at that time.
Well, that's right. They were. I won't pursue this, Mr. Chairman. It strikes me, though, that there were great indications, and maybe hindsight's the only way we can look at this. There are great indications of a deep cross-identification with at least CIA personnel, CIA material, a past history of relationships with CIA, that you didn't know about it except for the psychological profile, and I can't help saying, but the similarity between that contention, and I do not doubt it, by you as director of CIA is remarkably similar to the contention with the president that he didn't know all about all these other things.
Well, now, let's halt a minute. When we looked into these various relationships of these individuals with the agency, we turned over to the FBI everything that we were able to establish about this. Now, therefore, I assume that what you're saying is that somehow I should have gotten to these fellows who were in jail and asked them, each one of them, what he'd been up to. Well, it didn't seem to me that that was my function, sir. They were in the hands of the law enforcement authorities. The FBI was conducting an investigation. They were the proper authorities to do this. And quite frankly, if I think I had intruded into this matter at that time, it would have been an improper act on my part.
That's almost precisely what Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman have told us.
That may be, sir.
But you had people in the CIA that you later learned had supplied these wigs and voice-altering devices and cameras and processing equipment and aliases and forged documents. Did you go to the people inside the CIA and find out how come they did it and for what purpose. You say it was not for the Ellsberg thing. I am consumed by curiosity. What else was going on? What was it used for?
But Senator Baker, all of this is in your record. All of these memoranda, all of the inquiry of these various individuals in the CIA, you have it there.
I'm sure we do, but no part of that record tells me what those things were used for if we exclude the Ellsberg situation.
I don't know what they were used for.
Well, what I'm saying is, why don't you know? Why didn't you find out?
Because I thought, frankly, that when these individuals had been arrested, that was the FBI's job.
And so did the White House. Thank you.
Wasn't it the FBI's job?
Well, maybe it was, but I've used the analogy once or twice, and I feel a little ill at ease using it. If I had someone on my staff who was caught red-handed robbing a jewelry store, let alone the Democratic National Committee headquarters, and I read about it in the newspaper then or later, I have a hunch that I would have jumped up and down and screamed until I found out what happened.
I have no reason to question that you might have, sir.
But I have no reason to question that you might have too, and that's why I'm asking why you didn't. Because I have a great admiration for you, Mr. Helms. I think you are an extraordinary citizen. I think you've done extraordinary service for your country.
You know, I'd like to be worthy of your comments, Senator Baker, and I trust that I am. But at the time that these men were arrested, it did not seem to me that it was the proper thing for me to get into that affair as to why they had been arrested or their past.
It just didn't seem like a big event at the time.
No, it was a big event, but it did not seem to me that it was a proper job for me to undertake to investigate how they'd gotten there or why they'd been arrested.
All right, lest I be misunderstood, Mr. Helms, Mr. Ambassador, I now continue to have, and nothing I've asked you by way of testing the situation by your evidence should imply anything to the contrary. I continue to have an enormous respect and admiration for you for what you've done and what you will do, and I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
One question. Couldn't you reasonably, or did you draw the conclusion that if you'd undertaken to investigate the burglarizing of the Watergate, that would have been inconsistent with the prohibition of the act under which you operate, that the CIA has no function in respect to internal security?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about investigating his own staff within his own organization, and that certainly doesn't violate any domestic security prohibition.
No. But didn't you testify that you did investigate it inside of the CIA
sir.
and turned over the information to the FBI?
And yes, sir, and also you have it in the records of this committee.
Any further questions?
Since an analogy has been drawn, I think it's proper to pursue it. On June 17th, 1972, was Mr. Hunt a member of the CIA, a part of the CIA?
No, he was not.
Was
Senator
Mr. Liddy a part of the CIA?
No, Senator.
Was Mr. Barker a part of the CIA?
No, Senator.
Was Mr. McCord a part of the CIA?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Martinez a part of the CIA?
Mr. Martinez was getting a retainer of $100 a month on a fiduciary relationship. He was not a staff employee of the CIA.
Which operation was down in Florida insofar as screening those persons coming over from Cuba and ascertaining as to whether or not they have an intelligence value?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sturgis, was he a member of the CIA?
No, sir, not at that time.
Mr. Gonzalez, was he a member of the CIA?
No, sir.
Mr. Baldwin, was he a member of the CIA?
No, sir.
Mr. Barker, was he a member of the CIA?
No, sir.
So apparently the only member of the CIA in all of these matters on June 17th, 1972 was Mr. Martinez, who was on a $100 retainer down in Florida relative to the screening of Cuban exiles.
That's correct, Senator Wacker.
And did you turn over the records of these men to the FBI?
Yes, sir.
grocery store, let alone the Democratic National Committee headquarters, and I read about it in the newspaper then or later, I have a hunch that I would have jumped up and down and screamed until I found out what happened.
I have no reason to question that you might have, sir.
But I have no reason to question that you might have too, and that's why I'm asking why you didn't. Because I have a great admiration for you, Mr. Helms. I think you are an extraordinary citizen. I think you've done extraordinary service for your country.
You know, I'd like to be worthy of your comments, Senator Baker, and I trust that I am. But at the time that these men were arrested, it did not seem to me that it was the proper thing for me to get into that affair as to why they had been arrested or their past.
It just didn't seem like a big event at the time.
No, it was a big event, but it did not seem to me that it was a proper job for me to undertake to investigate how they'd gotten there or why they'd been arrested.
All right, lest I be misunderstood, Mr. Helms, Mr. Ambassador, I now continue to have, and nothing I've asked you by way of testing the situation by your evidence should imply anything to the contrary. I continue to have an enormous respect and admiration for you for what you've done and what you will do, and I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
One question. Couldn't you reasonably, or did you draw the conclusion that if you'd undertaken to investigate the burglarizing of the Watergate, that would have been inconsistent with the prohibition of the act under which you operate, that the CIA has no function in respect to internal security?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about investigating his own staff within his own organization, and that certainly doesn't violate any domestic security prohibition.
No. But didn't you testify that you did investigate it inside of the
Yes,
CIA
sir.
and turned over the information to the FBI?
And yes, sir, and also you have it in the records of this committee.
Any further questions?
Since an analogy has been drawn, I think it's proper to pursue it. On June 17th, 1972, was Mr. Hunt a member of the CIA, a part of the CIA?
No, he was not.
Was
Senator
Mr. Liddy a part of the CIA?
No, Senator.
Was Mr. Barker a part of the CIA?
No, Senator.
Was Mr. McCord a part of the CIA?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Martinez a part of the CIA?
Mr. Martinez was getting a retainer of $100 a month on a fiduciary relationship. He was not a staff employee of the CIA.
Which operation was down in Florida insofar as screening those persons coming over from Cuba and ascertaining as to whether or not they have an intelligence value?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sturgis, was he a member of the CIA?
No, sir, not at that time.
Mr. Gonzalez, was he a member of the CIA?
No, sir.
Mr. Baldwin, was he a member of the CIA?
No, sir.
Mr. Barker, was he a member of the CIA?
No, sir.
So apparently the only member of the CIA in all of these matters on June 17th, 1972 was Mr. Martinez, who was on a $100 retainer down in Florida relative to the screening of Cuban exiles.
That's correct, Senator Wagner.
And did you turn over the records of these men to the FBI?
Yes, sir.
When?
As soon as, I don't know the precise dates,
Right.
but the FBI started inquiring of the agency about the backgrounds of these men as soon as the men had been arrested, and we started providing the information from that day.
I have no further questions.
If I understand the analogy, and I'm not sure that I do, but perhaps your idea is then that because these were former CIA employees and not present CIA employees, that some way would relieve you of the responsibility you might otherwise have. Is that a fair?
Yes, I think so. I think, Mr. Thompson, that I should make it clear, because I was asked in another hearing one time When an individual resigns or retires from the CIA, that's the end of his identification with the agency as far as we're concerned. Certainly under American laws, one has no way of keeping a string on people like this. So when they walk out the door, they turn in their badge and their employment with the agency is finished unless some sort of a contractual or fiduciary relationship is established with them. This was not the case with these others except for Martinez.
Well, I can see that, and as long as we're talking about analogy and not reaching any conclusion, but just really thinking aloud, by the same token, there were no present White House employees involved in the break-in either. They were also former employees. So if we have an analogy, I imagine the analogy still holds up. Thank you.
Hunt was still on the payroll, and Fred. Also with Martinez, so that just comes out even. Hey, you'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll recess 2 o'clock with council.
That's not good news.
We'll need you back at 2 o'clock.
The committee broke for lunch just as the questioning started to reveal differences between some committee members. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after we pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we pick up the testimony again, Assistant Chief Counsel David Dorson is questioning Richard Helms.
The committee will come to order, and counsel will proceed to resume the interrogation of the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Helms, who was the normal contact from the White House to the CIA?
Dr. Kissinger.
Was there much contact between Mr. Ehrlichman or Mr. Haldeman and the CIA?
There was some, of course not nearly as much. There was more with Mr. Ehrlichman than there was with Mr. Haldeman.
Can you give us some idea the number of contacts between Mr. Ehrlichman and the CIA during the time you were director?
Well, that would be difficult, Mr. Counsel, because I don't know any way to come up with a statistic. I suppose that I've had a dozen or so contacts with him myself over a period of 3 or 4 years.
And were many of these requests for information or requests that the CIA do something?
Well, there were a variety of things. There were meetings that I attended that Mr. Ehrlichman called. I recall one particular activity when the White House was redoing the method of classification of documents and devising some new procedures for declassifying documents. There were some meetings in order to rewrite these regulations, and I remember attending at least one. There may have been 2.
Now, in connection with the request in July of 1971 for the CIA to furnish support for Mr. Hunt, it is your understanding, is it not, that Mr. Ehrlichman contacted General Cushman, is that correct?
That was my distinct impression.
And in June of 1972, when you were at the meeting in Mr. Ehrlichman's office, am I correct that it was General Walters who was asked to go to Patrick Gray by Mr. Ehrlichman?
He was asked by Mr. Haldeman.
Excuse me, by Mr. Haldeman.
Yes.
Did you make any connection then or subsequently concerning the fact that the 2 deputies who were asked to participate in the fashion described were both military men?
Well, I didn't know whether it had to do with the fact that they were military men or they were particular appointees of this administration, or just exactly whether they were old friends and therefore it seemed to be easier to deal with them. I really don't know which of these considerations loomed the largest.
Now, were you aware prior to the May 22nd, 1972 announcement by the President of the organization known as the Plumbers, or the fact that there was such an organization in the White House?
You mean the May 22, 1973?
Excuse me, 73.
I'd never heard of a plumbers unit.
Were you familiar with an investigative unit in the White House?
I didn't know there was any unit in the White House that was actively carrying out, if you like, burglaries or activist activities of this kind.
Now, with respect to the material supplied to Howard Hunt, you referred to the wig as a fairly famous item. Was the wig that was supplied to Mr. Hunt by the CIA the same wig allegedly worn by Hunt, the red wig, when he saw Dieter Beard?
I've been told in recent times that the wig provided by the agency was a brunette wig. It was a dark hair anyway, and that some of the agency technicians rather resented the fact that the red wig had been tied in with the CIA because it was such a lousy fit.
Mr. Helms, Ambassador Helms, are you familiar with the memorandum to which there was a covering routing slip from General Cushman to you with the date August 23, 1971 on it?
Yes.
This
is indeed the memorandum as you showed me.
That's correct. Can we show this? And I'd just like to have you identify it, please.
Cameras. Yes, I am familiar with the memorandum.
Excuse me, could you, I'd like the ambassador to hold it for another minute. And is that memorandum, the memorandum in chief, if I may use that expression, deal with the request of Mr. Hunt for the secretary to which you referred earlier?
Yes.
And there's a portion of the routing slip, is that a portion of that in your handwriting?
Yes, there is.
And could you read the routing slip to us, please, including the portion which I understand is in General Cushman's handwriting and the portion that is in your handwriting.
The part that is in General Cushman's handwriting appears first. It says FYI and guidance on how to handle, and then General Cushman's initial appears. My note back to him says, if Hunt renews the request, please let me know, and I'll speak to Ehrlichman about it. Or I'll speak to Ehrlichman at once. These Xeroxes are not famously good.
Mr. Chairman, with the committee's permission, I would like to have that received in evidence.
Without objection, it will be marked appropriately as an exhibit received in evidence as such.
Ambassador Helms, this morning you were shown, or it was read to you, the memorandum dated August 31, 1971, and I'd like to show you a copy of that at this point. And to refresh your recollection, this is the one that deals, well, which states, I called John Ehrlichman Friday and explained why we could not meet these requests. I indicated Hunt was becoming a pain in the neck. John said he would restrain Hunt, signed by General Cushman, and you wrote good. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I direct your attention to the last typewritten page of that memorandum, and I read to you number 3. I told Mr., and the name is blanked out at the request of the CIA, that Mr. Hunt's latest requests drew us even further into the sensitive area of domestic operations against Americans, and that all such requests should be referred to General Cushman's office. Meanwhile, these requests should not be met. And there's a signature, initials DDCI, which represents a position in the CIA. What does that paragraph mean?
I don't know what this gentleman had reference to. It is signed by the executive assistant to the deputy director, and what he was referring to there, I have no idea. I heard of no specific Americans being involved at that time.
Do you have any knowledge of domestic operations against Americans?
No, sir. I don't know what he had in mind.
In your conversations with, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, this, I believe, has been received in evidence, and copies were supplied this morning of both. That's correct.
Part of the record is lost.
And each senator had received a copy this morning. Do you know what General Cushman was told concerning Mr. Hunt's operations?
I don't specifically, Mr. Counsel. All I recall was what I said this morning, that when Hunt came to him and asked for this assistance, he said it was for a one-time interview.
And do you know whether the camera that was given to Mr. Hunt was returned to the CIA prior to September 3rd, 1971, which has been given as the date of the burglary?
I don't know. I have heard it said that the camera was not returned, but that's really hearsay. I'm not sure that that was accurate information, but it was somehow my impression that he did not return this equipment.
Well, according to the records of the CIA, I believe the camera was returned, but the recorder was not.
Was it? But you have this in the records, don't you?
That is correct.
And I think it should be in the records of the committee, because I don't think this should depend on my memory. It's a relevant fact, and I would like to identify myself with what the record shows.
Very good, Mr. Ambassador. Now, earlier you were asked by Senator Talmadge whether you were asked by the White House concerning Mr. Hunt in terms of supplying a reference, and you indicated that you were not so consulted. What reference would you have given if asked?
Well, that's a terribly difficult question to ask me in July or August of 1973 after all the evidence that's been brought forward. I think that what would have been in my mind at the time was to wonder why they wanted him and what his talents were that they wanted to avail themselves of, and I think my answer would have been largely dependent on what they told me.
Am I correct that in the last years of Mr. Hunt's service with the CIA, he was given a somewhat different assignment than he had before?
Yes, I believe that in his recent years there he was stationed in Washington for one thing, and precisely what his duties were at the time I don't know, but they were not particularly operational. But as I explained this morning, he was having some family difficulties and so forth, and he was trying to work these out as well as do his job and so on, so that I can only assume that we were taking these human factors into consideration and had assigned him at a place where he could accommodate himself.
Did a question arise at a later time as to whether, in fact, Mr. Ehrlichman had communicated to the CIA with respect to Mr. Hunt?
Yes, and not terribly long ago. It seems to me that it was at the end of last year that and I would like to say, Mr. Chairman, that I believe that there is in your record paper which will give the precise dates and details about these things, but my recollection is that sometime in November, I guess it was, November or December of 1972, Mr. William Colby and Mr. John Warner of the agency visited Mr. Henry Peterson at the Justice Department, and I believe Mr. Peterson had Mr. Earl Silbert with him and perhaps 2 or 3 other people. I'm not sure who all the individuals were. And during this meeting, they were going over some material having to do with Howard Hunt, and the question came up about who had arranged for Howard Hunt to get assistance from the agency. And Mr. Colby identified the individual in the White House as Mr. Ehrlichman. As best I recall it, some days go by, and one day I got a call from Mr. Dean, who said that he had understood that it had been stated to Mr. Peterson that Mr. Ehrlichman was the man who had sponsored Mr. Hunt, and that Mr. Ehrlichman didn't remember this, and could there be some confusion? My recollection of the conversation was that I said General Cushman was the one who had dealt with this matter, and that I thought they could get the information from him. Mr. Dean then said he thought there ought to be a meeting to discuss this, and I said, fine, but be sure that you have General Cushman at the meeting. Then subsequent to that telephone call, a meeting was called in Mr. Ehrlichman's office about this matter. I went to this meeting with Mr. Colby, since Mr. Colby had had the conversation with Mr. Peterson. And we found at Mr. Ehrlichman's office, Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Dean, and then there were the 2 of us, but General Cushman was not there. Mr. Colby was asked to explain what he had to say, and he did so. Mr. Ehrlichman, as I recall it, said that he didn't remember these conversations or this conversation with General Cushman. The meeting then ended up in a rather unsatisfactory manner because the only person that could have been helpful in this was General Cushman. And at the very end, Mr. Ehrlichman said, well, why don't you have General Cushman call me? He asked Mr. Colby to do this, and I verified to Mr. Colby that it was to call General Cushman and let him know. Now, also, if memory serves, when I got that first telephone call from Mr. Dean, I believe I instructed Mr. Colby to tell General Cushman that this meeting might be coming up so that he would be prepared for it.
Was there any reason given why General Cushman was not at the meeting?
There was no reason given that I recall.
And General Cushman would be the person most familiar with the question on hand, namely who called?
He was really the only one that could verify it.
Now, during the recess, we did look at 1 or more records and discovered that the first transmission from the CIA to the FBI occurred on June 20th, 1973. Would that be consistent with your recollection?
1972, sir. If it was the
72,
break-in was in 72, this would have been.
Excuse me.
It does, and it corresponds to my recollection as mentioned in this morning's testimony when I said that as soon as the FBI started asking us questions about these people, we began replying. So that would track very well.
With respect to General Walter's memoranda, on the subject of how they represent your recollection as well as General Walter's recollection, could you please state to us again what contact you had in terms of reading them or speaking to General Walters before he wrote them?
Well, when General Walters and I decided that there should be a memoranda for the record of these various meetings and conversations, if I recall it, he wrote several on the same day. In other words, he was catching up. He wrote the meeting of the 23rd, and I think he wrote his meeting with Abdeen on the 26th and on the 27th. There may be another memorandum. It certainly is all in your record there. But in any event, he was writing them all to catch up, and then I believe after that he began to write memorandum for the record as soon as he'd had a meeting, so this wasn't necessary any longer. I don't recall how carefully I read these various memoranda because he'd reported to me the contents of these meetings orally each time, and I didn't feel at that juncture, as I recall it, constrained to read through every line to be sure that this was exactly what he told me. In other words, I was not distrustful of his record.
But you did peruse them to the extent of making sure that they were generally accurate. Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
And before General Walters wrote each memorandum, he had already articulated to you almost immediately after the meeting the circumstances of what occurred at each meeting. Is that correct?
Sir.
Now, there was some question this morning as to whether or not the President's name was invoked during the June 23rd, 1972 meeting, and I believe it's your best recollection that it was not. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. General Walters, as I recall the language in the memorandum, said something about it is the President's wish. I did not recall that language having been used.
When, for the first time, did you take note of your difference with the General Walters memorandum?
I believe we discussed that even at the time, as to just exactly how this had been put.
So that was one instance in where you saw fit to...
I'm afraid there is a disagreement even now between us as to just how this was worded.
But in other words, you did discuss possible disagreements in the subject matter of the memoranda even at that point in time.
And I think he felt at the time that since this was just a memorandum to jog his memory and so forth, that there was no reason to put down that we had a difference or to re-edit the language or to redictate the memorandum. It's very interesting, Mr. Counsel, that a lot of memoranda, if one had known then what one knows now, would have been compiled more carefully, the language would have been more judicious, there would have been a lot of things happen that didn't happen.
Well, we're thankful for the memoranda that we do have, Mr. Ambassador. Now, one question that I think is quite important. I believe you testified that you were asked whether there was, during the same June 23rd meeting, as to whether there was any involvement by the CIA in the Watergate. Is that correct? Were you so asked that...
Yes, I believe I was, Mr. Counsel.
And you replied no?
Yes.
Now, before Mr. Haldeman turned to General Walters and told him to go and speak to Patrick Ray, was any question directed at you or General Walters as to whether further investigation by the CIA might uncover assets or operations of the CIA?
You mean further investigation of the FBI?
Excuse me, FBI. Might uncover assets or operations of the CIA in Mexico?
I don't recall that this point was ever put to either of us in the form of a question. It was my recollection, or it is my recollection, that General Walters was asked to go and speak to Mr. Gray about this because there was the possibility that it might run into CIA operations. I was not asked whether it would or it wouldn't.
Did you comment one way or the other at that meeting as to whether you thought it might uncover such operations? Was there any discussion of that subject?
I'm sorry, Mr. Counsel, I don't recall any.
At any time did the CIA announce that it was conducting an investigation into the Watergate?
Announce that it was conducting?
Yes.
No. You mean a public announcement?
Yes.
No.
Was there any decision made within the CIA that there would be an investigation of the Watergate, or is the opposite true? I'm talking about any CIA discussions as to whether there would be an independent investigation by the CIA.
I'm not trying to be picky. When we talk about Watergate now, we're talking about the burglary, right?
I'm talking about the burglary, yes.
There was no public announcement. We simply did, as I indicated this morning, and that is check with the various people that it had to do with the burglary, check on their records, check with others that had had dealings with them to be sure what their status was and all the rest of it.
And am I correct that there were a number of, quite numerous amount of communications between the CIA and the FBI and the Justice Department?
Many.
And to your knowledge, was any relevant information withheld from the CIA, by the CIA to the FBI, the Justice Department, information that you were aware of while the events were taking place in June, July, or August of 1972?
Sir, I don't believe so. Does the record show that there was anything of this kind?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all, Mr. Ambassador. I'm just asking for your knowledge. I have no knowledge to the contrary.
Well, I don't either. So, but I just wanted to be sure that my recollection tracked with the facts.
Senator Baker, Mr. Vice Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Counselor. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Ambassador, did General Walters indicate to you between the time of June the 23rd and June the 28th that he was in any way concerned about the propriety of the request or order that Mr. Haldeman had given him?
I don't know whether he ever mentioned the propriety of it. I think that, in fact, I'm sure that we discussed why the request was being made. We'd been asked to do it, what was behind it. We didn't have the information to put together at that time. And I'm sure as associates would, we were, expressing wonderment to each other as to what this was all about.
Do you know why, for example, he waited until June the 28th to prepare this memorandum, which we've been referring to, where he sets all these things out?
Well,
why he waited 5 days in order to do that?
Well, Mr. Thompson, I don't know, but he will certainly be able to testify to that. But
Didn't discuss this.
But as I indicated this morning, I don't remember anymore which one of us was the one that decided, or whether we just agreed in a conversation together. After the request from Dean for the agency to provide bail or salaries for the breakers in, or in-breakers, or whatever they are, that at that time it seemed desirable to put some of this on the record because this was getting a bit far afield and into a rather strange area, we thought, and that these various meetings then ought to be caught up. And I think that's the reason that on the same day he did the several at the same time.
And between the time of your conversation on the 23rd and the time he prepared this memorandum, Dean had contacted him 3 times, had he not? The 26th, 27th, 28th?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, anyway.
I believe that's right.
Yeah.
So would you say by that time then that he had become concerned about the matter and was covering his tracks, so to speak?
Well, you see, Mr. Thompson, I wish you'd help me with a point here. It is my recollection, contrary to what those memoranda show, that it was on Tuesday, the second meeting with Mr. Dean, that Mr. Dean mentioned bail and salaries, whereas General Walters' memorandum indicates that comes on the Monday. And because my recollection is that it came on the Tuesday, that it was after that we agreed that he should write these memoranda, and therefore he wrote the first of them on the very next day. I don't know whether his memory now, if he's thought it over.
There may be some difference between the memorandum and an interview. My understanding was, frankly, that on the 26th, that Dean had asked him if there was any way that the CIA could possibly be involved, and whether or not the CIA could have been involved without Walter's knowledge. And then the following day, on the 27th, mentioning the witnesses involved and as to whether or not salary could be paid them and bail money could be raised. And on the 28th, just a more general discussion as to whether or not Mr. General Walters had any ideas as to how the matter could be alleviated.
His memory may straighten that out now. I don't know, but the reason that I cling to my recollection in this particular case is that the question of bail and salaries hit me rather hard. That made an impression on me, and it was that which I believe motivated us to say, you better start getting this in the record. And I think that happened on the Tuesday, which I believe is the 27th, and therefore he would have been writing these memorandum thereafter.
I know it's difficult to conclude what another man was thinking, but I assume you were talking to him from time to time. Might we conclude then that it was not so much the 23rd meeting in and of itself, but the subsequent contact with Dean that inspired him to put the matter in writing?
Yes, I think that's right. It's a combination of this.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Are there other questions of the witness? If there are no other questions, Mr. Helms, on behalf of the committee, may I thank you for your appearance. And to reiterate, we have some appreciation of the inconvenience it may have caused you. We are grateful for your testimony and wish you good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the committee for its consideration.
Thank you, sir. Would counsel call the next witness, please?
General Cushman.
Yeah, I'm going to wait until...
The next witness is Marine Corps Commandant Robert Cushman, who was Deputy Director of the CIA in 1971 when the agency provided assistance to E. Howard Hunt. Cushman is 58 years old and a graduate of the Naval Academy. He was an aide to then Vice President Nixon from 1957 to 1961. He earned the Navy Cross, the Legion of Merit, and the Bronze Star during World War II. President Nixon named him to head the Marine Corps last year.
Committee will come to order. Would the witness please rise and hold up his right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Would you be seated, please, sir? It's my intention to continue with just the preliminary phase of this examination through counsel, and then if the chairman and other members of the committee have not yet returned, to recess briefly while we await their return, and not incidentally while I try to go make this vote. Would you, Mr. Hamilton, go ahead and start with the preliminary questions, please?
General Cushman, would you state your full name, please?
Robert E. Cushman, Jr.
And what is your address?
My address is Marine Corps Headquarters, Washington, D.C.
And your home address, General Cushman?
The Commandant's Quarters, 8th and I, Southeast.
And your current position with the Marine Corps is Commandant, is that correct?
Sir.
When did you become Commandant?
1 January 1972.
Before that date, General Cushman, were you the Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Agency?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your tenure at that position?
I was there almost 3 years.
Do you have the date, sir?
I don't have the date of taking office exactly. I think it was about April 15th when I moved into the Deputy Director's chair, 15 April 1969.
I believe you told us at a staff interview your tenure there was from May 7, 1969 to December 31, 1971. Does that sound correct to you?
Because that was when I had the figures with me.
Did there come a time on or about July 7, 1971, when you received a call from the White House requesting CIA assistance in regard to a White House project?
Yes, sir. I received a call on the 7th of July, 1971, from Mr. Ehrlichman, who said that Howard Hunt had been hired as a consultant to the White House on security matters, that he would be coming to see me, and could I lend him a hand, or words to that effect.
Excuse me, I think now we're beyond the preliminary questioning and beginning to get into the substantive part of the testimony. The other members of the committee have not yet returned, and I know General Cushman's testimony is very important and relevant. So the committee will stand in recess for a few moments until we have the return of our other members.
The committee had some logistical problems keeping a member in the committee so the proceedings would be official. But after a short pause, Assistant Chief Counsel James Hamilton was able to continue his interrogation of General Cushman.
General Cushman, now that other members of the committee have returned, I'd like to ask you the same question I asked you before we had that brief intermission. Did there come a time around July 7th, 1971, when you received a call from the White House requesting CIA assistance in a White House project?
Yes, sir. On the 7th of July, 1971, I received a call from Mr. Ehrlichman, who stated, as best I can remember the words, that Howard Hunt had been hired as a consultant to the White House on security matters, that he would be coming to pay me a visit, and could I lend him a hand.
Now, did you consider that this request from Mr. Ehrlichman to be a usual request, a commonplace request?
This was the only such request that I can recall by Mr. Ehrlichman. I used to get calls frequently, of course, from other people saying that someone would come to call on me. Usually they were looking for a job, that sort of thing.
But I take it that from the White House, with the exception of calls from the National Security Council, that this is the only call that you have had. Is that correct?
As far as I can recall, yes.
So would it be fair to characterize it, as you did in one of the staff interviews, as an extraordinary request?
Well, since all he said was that Howard Hunt would be coming to call, I don't regard it as extraordinary. It was unusual.
And did you agree to see Mr. Hunt?
I did.
And why did you do that, sir?
Well, I had no reason to refuse that I could think of. As I say, I'd been seeing people regularly, off and on, in that position, who were looking for jobs or in some cases wanting to sell something to the agency, that sort of thing.
General Cushman, did you ask Mr. Ehrlichman to give you sufficient facts to enable you to ascertain whether the request that he made came within the CIA's statutory jurisdiction and would not involve it in the internal security area or in domestic police or law enforcement matters?
No, sir, since his request was simply that he was coming to call and would I see him. In my mind, he simply established the bona fides of Mr. Hunt as being employed by the White House. The White House, of course, in the form of the National Security Council, is the boss of the CIA.
And did you subsequently meet with Mr. Hunt in your office on July 22, 1971?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was the conversation of that meeting taped?
Yes, sir.
Why did you tape this conversation?
I taped it so that I would have a recollection of it, since Mr. Hunt did not want anyone else in the room. When he arrived, he asked that it just be the two of us. Consequently, I recorded the conversation so I wouldn't have to take notes.
Did Mr. Hunt know that he was being taped?
No, sir, I didn't tell him.
And was taping a conversation a common practice on your part?
No, sir. I probably taped about half a dozen over 3 years.
General Cushman, the Central Intelligence Agency has provided us with a partial transcript of this meeting. And I would like to show you now a document entitled Meeting Between the DDC-1, General Cushman, and Howard Hunt, 22 July 1971.
Yes, sir. That's DDCI, which is Deputy Director of Central Intelligence.
Hey, Tim Rupp, but there's another vote on in the Senate, and so we'll have to suspend since Talbot doesn't have to go and vote.
As the committee completes another roll call vote, we're going to take a short break. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the committee proceedings, the former Deputy Director of the CIA, General Robert Cushman, is at the witness table.
Would the committee come to order? The chairman has indicated he wishes us to proceed while he answers this roll call vote. Would counsel proceed with the interrogation?
Now, General Cushman, I have just shown you a document entitled Meeting Between the DDC-1, General Cushman, and Howard Hunt, 22 July 1971. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, sir. I might interject here that that's DDCI, which stands for Deputy Director Central Intelligence, rather than one.
Thank you, General. Now, is this transcript that I have given you an accurate partial recording of the meeting between you and Mr. Hunt on that date?
I think it is, yes, sir.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'd like for this to be inserted into the record.
If there's no objection, it'll be received and identified as an exhibit to the record.
Now, referring you to page 3 of the transcript, General, does it show that you affirmed to Mr. Hunt on that date that Mr. Ehrlichman had called you regarding assistance to Mr. Hunt?
Well, it seems to, in that Mr. Hunt used the word Ehrlichman in starting a sentence. And I said, yes, he called me.
And did you make a similar statement that it was Mr. Ehrlichman who had called you in a July 8, 1971 meeting between senior agency officials that is recorded in the official minutes of that meeting?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, would you please tell the committee the nature of Mr. Hunt's request to you and the reasons he expressed for needing assistance?
Yes, sir. He started right out in the conversation as soon as he got in the office, saying that he'd been charged with a highly sensitive mission by the White House, which involved an interview of a person whose ideology he was not certain of, and that he felt that he had to disguise himself to conduct this interview, and requested that the agency provide him with the materials to establish that alias and to mask his appearance or change it so that he would not be identifiable to the person he was interviewing.
General Cushman, did you ask Mr. Hunt to give you sufficient facts so you could ascertain whether the CIA assistant's involvement in this matter would be permissible under its statutory jurisdiction?
No, because I considered that a one-time interview, as he stated it, was perfectly okay.
What aid and assistance did you initially provide Mr. Hunt?
I asked my executive assistant, Mr. Wagner, to arrange with the technical services people in the agency to meet with Mr. Hunt and to provide him with what was necessary.
And what was the assistance they gave him, the specific assistance?
Well, I found out later that they gave him a driver's license, I believe a Social Security card, some things to carry around in his pocket that would back up the name on the driver's license. They gave him, I believe, a wig and a speech altering device.
Did Mr. Hunt make any request to you as to how these items should be delivered?
He said that he did not want to come back into the agency, and could they be delivered to him at a house, safe house as it's called, somewhere off the premises of CIA.
And did you agree to this?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you subsequently report your actions to Mr. Helms, who was then the director of the CIA?
I discussed it with him, to the best of my recollection, a couple of days later. As I recall, on the 7th of July, I was the acting director. Mr. Helms was not present. And therefore, on the 8th is when I announced at the staff meeting about the phone call. Then after Mr. Hunt did appear on the 22nd of July, it's the best of my recollection that I did so report to the director, probably along with a lot of other things that we talked about frequently. And whether he remembers this, I don't know. The last time I talked to him, he said he didn't recall as to whether I had talked to him or not. I think I did.
Is it your recollection, General, that he indicated his approval of the actions you had taken?
Yes.
Did there come a time around the 18th of August, 1971, when Mr. Hunt began to make additional demands on the agency?
Yes, sir. On the 18th of July, 1971, he conveyed to me, not directly, I never did talk directly with Mr. Hunt after the interview, as far as I recall, but he relayed through my executive assistant that he wanted the services of a stenographer whom he knew, and we turned that down. I discussed it with Mr. Helms. We both agreed it was not a proper request.
Was it reported to you that these new requests that Mr. Hunt was making was in conjunction with what he described as a new assignment that he'd been given by the White House?
I can't recall that exactly. I thought so, but I'm not sure. I do know that I thought at the time that since he was a paid consultant, that he should be hiring a stenographer if he needed one, and that he was probably trying to lighten the expenses of his job, so to speak, by borrowing whatever he could from us. And this was not something that we could do.
Would you outline for the committee the other requests that Mr. Hunt made of the agency beside the request for a secretary? And would you also indicate, while doing this, General Cushman, which requests the agency granted and which ones were turned down?
Yes. As I say, I regarded the secretary thing as something entirely separate, and that he was trying to save the expenses of hiring a stenographer. And that request did get relayed to me promptly, along about the 18th of August. However, the other requests I didn't really find out about until they were cumulative, and the technical services people began to worry about these requests, and they called my office to see whether the instructions still stood to help Hunt out. I found that he had been given a tape recorder and that he had been issued a camera. I found out that the camera had been used to expose some film, and that we had developed it and delivered the prints, I think it was, to him. I found out that he'd brought in another man, whom I find out in 1973 was probably Liddy. He'd brought in another man and talked the technical services people into giving that man an alias and some false papers. So all in all, it struck me that he was exceeding what he had told me he was going to do, namely a one-time interview, and that he was going to do this himself. So we discussed it, Mr. Helms and I, and decided to turn it off.
Just for the record, the recorder was contained in a typewriter case, is that correct?
I believe so. I never have seen any of the equipment until this year. I never really saw a list of what had been issued.
And the camera was the type of camera that could be disguised in a tobacco pouch?
That's what I understand.
General, do you know what any of the equipment that Mr. Hunt obtained was used for?
I think he kept it. I believe the technical services people asked for its return, but it was not returned, with the exception, I've been told, of the camera, I believe it was, as being not suited to whatever it was he wanted to use it for.
Well, do you know what it was actually used for?
No, I have no idea.
Now, did Mr. Hunt also request that he be given a New York address and phone services in New York?
Yes, sir. And this was when we decided that these requests were clearly escalating into improper requests, in that they would involve CIA people. He wanted an office, and he wanted the telephone to be monitored as an answering service would when he wasn't there. And this, so to speak, was just too much, and I called up Mr. Ehrlichman and told him we couldn't accede to these type of requests, that I thought Mr. Hunt, was not exercising proper judgment, and that therefore I passed the word on.
And what was Mr. Ehrlichman's comment at that time?
He said okay, which I took to mean that we didn't have to accede to Hunt's requests, and said that he'd restrain Mr. Hunt.
Was this action taken on your own part or at the instruction of Mr. Helms?
We talked it over, and I made the phone call. It was on his instructions.
Now, after that date on which you called Mr. Ehrlichman, which I believe you said was August 27th, 1971, is that correct?
27th of August, 1971.
Yes. Did Mr. Hunt make another request of the agency?
I don't have any knowledge of it firsthand. I've been told that he asked for a credit card and that this was turned down.
And is it your information that he asked for that credit card on the 31st of August?
Yes, that's what I understand.
General Cushman, when did you first learn of the break-in of Dr. Ellsberg's psychiatrist office?
I think it was when I was in Europe, just before being called back to testify to the oversight committees of the CIA, which was 13th of May. I think I heard about it about the 10th when it appeared in the newspapers.
That was May of which year, General?
1973, sir.
Now, did you have an occasion in January of this year to prepare two memoranda to Mr. Ehrlichman on your contacts with Mr. Hunt?
I did, sir.
Now, I'd like to show you memoranda that are dated January 8th and January 10th, 1973, under the subject, Contact with Mr. Hunt, and I will pass these copies over to you. And I believe that the committee has already been provided with copies of these memoranda. General Cushman, are these the two memoranda that you prepared?
Yes, sir. They certainly look like copies of them.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that these memoranda be submitted into the record at this time.
Without objection, so ordered.
Do these memoranda contain a summary of your experience with Mr. Hunt that you've just given us in testimony?
Yes, sir, they do.
Would you give us the circumstances that surround
And this was when we decided that these requests were clearly escalating into improper requests, in that they would involve CIA people. He wanted an office, and he wanted the telephone to be monitored as an answering service would when he wasn't there. And this, so to speak, was just too much, and I called up Mr. Ehrlichman, told him we couldn't accede to these type of requests, that I thought Mr. Hunt, was not exercising proper judgment, and that therefore I passed the word on.
And what was Mr. Ehrlichman's comment at that time?
He said, okay, which I took to mean that we didn't have to accede to Hunt's requests, and said that he'd restrain Mr. Hunt.
Was this action taken on your own part or at the instruction of Mr. Helms?
We talked it over, and I made the phone call. It was on his instructions.
Now, after that date on which you called Mr. Ehrlichman, which I believe you said was August 27th, 1971, is that correct?
27th of August, 1971.
Yes. Did Mr. Hunt make another request of the agency?
I don't have any knowledge of it firsthand. I've been told that he asked for a credit card, and that this was turned down.
And is it your information that he asked for that credit card on the 31st of August?
Yes, that's what I understand.
General Cushman, when did you first learn of the break-in of Dr. Ellsberg's psychiatrist office?
I think it was when I was in Europe, just before being called back to testify to the oversight committees of the CIA, which was 13th of May. I think I heard about it about the 10th when it appeared in the newspapers.
That was May of which year, General?
1973, sir.
Now, did you have an occasion in January of this year to prepare two memoranda to Mr. Ehrlichman on your contacts with Mr. Hunt?
I did, sir.
Now, I'd like to show you memoranda that are dated January 8th and January 10th, 1973, under the subject, Contact with Mr. Hunt, and I will pass these copies over to you. And I believe that the committee has already been provided with copies of these memoranda. General Cushman, are these the two memoranda that you prepared?
Yes, sir. They certainly look like copies of them.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that these memoranda be submitted into the record at this time.
Without objection, so ordered.
Do these memoranda contain a summary of your experience with Mr. Hunt that you've just given us in testimony?
Yes, sir, they do.
Would you give us the circumstances that surrounded the preparation of these memoranda in your own words, please?
Yes, sir. I believe the date was the 13th of December, 1972. I was Commandant of the Marine Corps at the time, and Mr. Colby came to see me. He was then the number 3 man in CIA. He came to see me and stated that the agency had been directed to prepare a summation of their contacts with Howard Hunt. This had been directed, I gathered, by the Department of Justice, the prosecutors in the case. So he refreshed my memory on the phone call. I couldn't remember in December of 1972 who had telephoned me from the White House. I thought it was Mr. Ehrlichman, but I wasn't sure. When I had conversation on the 22nd of July with Howard Hunt, a number of names had been dropped in the conversation, Mr. Colson's, Mr. Ehrlichman's, maybe Mr. Dean, I don't know. In any event, I couldn't be very certain. I refreshed my memory from the transcribed conversation, and while Ehrlichman's name appeared in it, I didn't know whether this was sufficient for me to go putting it in writing or not. And the tape, of course, was the property of the agency, so I didn't know just where I stood on that. I then prepared the first memo, which is dated on the 8th of January. Wait, I have to go back a little bit. Apparently these papers were the subject later of conversation between Mr. Colby and the prosecutor, and I gather Mr. Ehrlichman, but I don't know. The next thing that happened, to my own knowledge, was along about the 7th or 8th of January this year. Mr. Colby called and said that Mr. Ehrlichman disputed the phone call incident, and would I prepare a memorandum stating, to the best of my recollection, what had happened. So I prepared the first memorandum, which I said Ehrlichman, Mr. Colson, or perhaps Mr. Dean. I simply cannot recall at this late date which one it is, of my own knowledge. I then got a call, as I remember it, from John Ehrlichman saying, look, I can't recall this phone call prior to the 22nd of July, and in fact, my records show I was out of town for a considerable length of time. Well, this shook up my recollection even worse, and so I offered, without being asked, I offered to take names out of it, since I didn't think it would be fair when I couldn't swear to it. And then I wrote the second memo in which I said that I couldn't recall who placed the call at this late date, but it was someone whom I recognized in the White House. The fact in the matter was that I hadn't combed through the minutes of the daily staff meetings. I had checked my own files in the office at CIA to see whether there was any record of this phone call, and I couldn't find one. However, in preparing the statement before the committees that Dr. Schlesinger had to make in May, he had a thorough search made of all possible documents and came up, I believe the secretary found them, came up with the minutes of the meeting of 8 July, in which I definitely stated that Mr. Ehrlichman had called. So based upon that, I swore out an affidavit, I believe it's the 13th of May, and used that affidavit before the CIA oversight committees, the three of them, before whom I had to testify.
General Cushman, so the record will be clear, I'd like to read the relevant portions from these two memoranda, a sentence or two from each. The January 8th memorandum states, I received a call over the White House line from either Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Colson, or perhaps Mr. Dean. Paren, I simply cannot recall at this late date just which one it was, Paren, stating that Mr. Hunt would call on me to ask for some support and that he was working on a matter for the person calling. Now, in the January 10 memorandum, this sentence appears. I cannot recall at this late date who placed the call, but it was someone with whom I was acquainted as opposed to a stranger. And the names of Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Colson, and Mr. Dean appear nowhere in the memorandum.
Correct.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions on these two documents. First of all, since you reviewed the transcript of your conversation with Mr. Hunt on December 13th, and because in page 3 of that transcript it is stated that it was Mr. Ehrlichman who had called you, why did you have any real doubt that indeed it was Mr. Ehrlichman who had made the telephone call to you in July of 1971?
Well, my recollection was that it was Mr. Ehrlichman, but I was more concerned with putting it down on a piece of paper. I didn't know, as I say, that I could get a transcript of the tape. I didn't have this transcript. The agency had it and showed it to me. And the fact that it was a tape recording and that it belonged to the agency made me a little worried. I wanted something to corroborate it. Perhaps I was wrong on that, but that's the way I felt about it. And it wasn't until May of this year that we found what I consider to be corroborating entry in the records.
Now, after the January 8th memorandum was sent to the White House, did you also receive a call from Mr. Dean?
As I recall, I did get a call from Mr. Dean, which he said that we didn't know each other, and he was certain he hadn't talked to me. And I had to agree with him that we had not met, and that I couldn't explain why I put his name in, frankly. But his name was in the papers a lot, and Mr. Hunt, I think, may have mentioned him at some time during the conversation I had with him, but I'm not sure of that.
Well, I don't believe in the transcript that we have, which admittedly is a partial transcript because some of these sections are blocked out and not typed. I don't believe in that transcript that Mr. Dean's name appears. Do you have any other explanation at this time why his name did appear in the January 8th memo?
No, I don't. Only what I've said.
Now, I believe you stated that you removed these three names from the memorandum voluntarily.
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Ehrlichman put no pressure at all on you to have his name removed?
No, sir.
General Cushman, in your press conference that you had when you came back from Europe, you stated at page 19 that you tore up the first memo at Mr. Ehrlichman's request. And did Mr. Ehrlichman make a request to you that the first memo be torn up and that a second memorandum be substituted?
No, I would say that that is an inaccurate phrasing. He didn't ask me to tear it up. In fact, I guess he kept the original, as far as I know, but I tore up the copy and when I wrote the new memo on the 10th of January 1973. But he did not make a specific request that I tear it up.
So the statements you made in your press conference is inaccurate. My final question, I think this may be of some interest to the committee. If you tore up your copy of the memo, how did you produce for us last night the copy of the January 8th memo that we now have?
The secretary who took it when I dictated it over at the agency had retained her stenographic notebook.
Mr. Chairman, I have no more questions.
Mr. Thompson.
General Cushman, as I understand it, you reviewed the transcript of this conversation with Hunt on December the 13th, 1972.
Of this year.
Of this year?
Of
last year?
1972, yes, sir.
Okay. Was that with Mr. Colby, who's now director?
Yes, Mr. William Colby.
And of course, Mr. Ehrlichman's name is mentioned in there as the person who had originally contacted you. And yet on January 8th of this year, when you write your memorandum, you say that it was either Ehrlichman, Colson, or perhaps Dean. Now, you say that Colson's name was mentioned, and I believe the transcript does bear this out. And of course, Ehrlichman's was. But I think Mr. Hamilton's right that Dean's name is not mentioned in the transcript. And I believe you said that Dean was also right when he told you that as far as he was concerned, you didn't know each other at all. Did anyone suggest to you that it might have been Dean? Did anyone suggest to you to put his name in?
No, sir. I have great difficulty in reconstructing my thought processes of putting the name in. And as best I can do is that it may have been mentioned by Hunt during our meeting, but was not in that part of the conversation which has come out in the transcript.
You keep referring to a partial transcript. Why is it partial?
I don't know, sir. This is what they gave me.
Is it partial in that not all of, in that it cuts off at some point in the conversation, or is it partial because there are excerpts from it where the tape cannot be?
I don't know whether the tape is unreadable or whether it was simply chit-chat. There are portions of the tape that are unreadable, I've been told, because of airplane noises and the like.
Do you recall who you talked to in the White House concerning this matter between December 13 and January 8 of 73, if anyone?
I don't recall talking to anybody in the White House until about the 8th. Mr. Colby called me and said that I should write out the memo. And then after I wrote the memo on the 8th of January, as I recall, then I got two phone calls, one from Mr. Dean and one from Mr. Ehrlichman, both protesting the use of their name in the memorandum, saying in one case that we hadn't talked and hadn't met each other. In the case of Mr. Dean, in the case of Mr. Ehrlichman, he said he was out of town, according to his records.
Assuming that Dean's name is not in the transcript, or assuming that his name did not come up in the conversation with Hunt at all, do you have any idea where you might have gotten his name?
From the newspapers.
Or don't you think you would remember it if you talked to the counselor to the president?
Well, I probably should have if I'd talked to him, but I don't think I did.
No one suggested to you that his name should be included in the memorandum?
No, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
General, this visit from Hunt occurred on July the 22nd, 1971.
Yes, sir.
And did you receive a phone call or communication before you wrote the memorandum of February the 8th, 1973, what's been called the first memorandum, in which you stated...
Yes, sir. I was asked to prepare that 8 January 1973 memo for Mr. Ehrlichman by a phone call from Mr. William Colby.
Now, did you at that time receive information to the effect that Mr. Ehrlichman claimed that he was not in Washington on the 22nd of July 1971 when the phone call came from about Hunt's original visit?
Mr. Chairman, I think that was a call which came after Ehrlichman saw the memo I wrote on the 8th of January. He called me, as I remember it, saying my records show that I was out of town.
But now give me, again, if you don't mind, the name of the man that called you about that, whose call resulted in the writing of the memorandum of April the 8th, 1973, in which you stated the call may have come from Ehrlichman or Colson or Hunt, or Dean, I mean.
Yes, sir. That's Mr. William Colby called me.
Mr. William Colby.
Yes, sir.
Then after, then you prepared that memorandum of January the 8th, 1973, and sent a copy to the White House.
Sent the original, yes, sir.
Original. And after you had done that, you received a phone call from Mr. John Ehrlichman.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. John Ehrlichman stated in the phone call that he was not in Washington at the time the call was made to you for preparatory to Hunt's visit of July the 22nd, 1971.
Yes, sir. I would like to refresh the committee's memory, Mr. Chairman, that at the time I wrote the 8 January 1973 memo, I didn't have any recollection of what day it was that this phone call came. So I was quite shaken up when Mr. Ehrlichman said, my records show I was out of town for a considerable period of time.
Yes. Did Mr. Ehrlichman ask you to prepare a second or substitute memorandum for the memorandum of the 8th of January, 1973?
Well, I told him that I couldn't recall well enough to swear to it as to his telephone call, and that I would rewrite the memo and take the name out of it.
Yes. And did you send him a copy of the
I sent the original of the second one. Yes, sir.
Now, When you were preparing for your testimony before the Oversight Committee of the CIA, there was a search made to find some record of who did call or make the call about Mr. Hunt's visit.
I think primarily all of the records were searched because Dr. Schlesinger had to testify, and he was newly appointed. And he didn't know anything about any of this and had to fine-tooth comb the records to make sure he had all the operative facts that he could testify to. And
that was in reference to the testimony of Dr. Schlesinger on his confirmation hearing. Is that right?
No, sir. He had to testify also as to what he knew about any connection between CIA and any of these affairs.
Yes. In other words, I was right in the first time that when I thought it was testimony before the CIA Oversight Committee.
Yes.
Now, at that time, one of the secretaries came up with a record which showed that the phone call had been initiated by Mr. Ehrlichman, did it not?
Yes, sir. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Schlesinger so testified. And then, of course, I used it also.
Yes. Senator Bacon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. General Cushman, I may have missed a part of your testimony when I was out of the room trying to answer a roll call on the floor of the Senate. Did you describe for the committee how you came to tape the conversation with Mr. Hunt?
Yes, sir. When he came in the door, he said that he would like to have the meeting to be just between the two of us because it was highly classified and very sensitive. So I told my executive assistant to please remain outside the room, and I set the machine in motion.
Did Mr. Hunt know it was being taped?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
How did you set the machine in motion?
Simply push a button.
Is it a regular practice to record your conversations in your office?
It's possible to do so at all times, but I probably used that only about 6 times or so during 3 years.
Are those tapes available?
I don't know, sir. I assume that the agency still has them.
Could we have them? I noticed there are a number of omissions in here and references to plane noise and the like. If we wanted to, could the committee have those tapes?
I don't know, sir. I don't have any custody of them. I have to ask the CIA, I guess. They don't relate to this at all.
Well, the Hunt part does.
Oh, you mean the tape? I thought you were asking for the maybe half-dozen tapes that resulted from my conversations over a 3-year period.
No. I'm talking about the transcription of your meeting, or rather the tape of your meeting with Mr. Hunt on the 22nd of July, 1971.
Well, I imagine the council would ask the agency for it.
The only point is I'm trying to make is that you don't object if we have access to that.
No, sir.
General Cushman, can you tell me anything beyond what's in this transcript, and I've now read the transcript of the conversation as carefully as I can you tell me, even though it may be somewhat repetitious, what material Mr. Hunt requested and what material or services that the agency supplied to him?
Well, the way it was set up was that he simply asked me for material that would provide him with an alias so that the person he was interviewing would not know who he was.
Did he tell you who that person would be?
He did not. He simply said it was a person, it was a highly sensitive one-time interview, and that the person was of an ideology which he wasn't sure of, and he didn't want to disclose his identity while he was interviewing the subject. And he said that this was a highly sensitive mission charged upon him by the White House to visit and elicit information from an individual.
What did you gain the impression that since he wanted disguised material that he wanted that the man might have known Mr. Hunt?
It could have been that, yes, sir. It entered my mind that this might be it. There was great concern at the time over security leaks, and he had been hired on as a consultant on security matters.
Did he ask for the voice alteration device for that purpose?
Well, listen, if I may come to this chronologically, I said okay, and based on this and the fact that he said this was in the national interest and so forth. And I had my executive assistant call the technical services people in the agency and say that Mr. Hunt would be levying a request upon them, and would they honor it. So this is the way it went from there on. I was not kept apprised on a daily basis of what he was getting. I found out after the event.
I understand from the document that's been handed to me by counsel that what was supplied was a Massachusetts driver's license. I see. This was back in September of 1960 when Mr. Hunt was working for the CIA, I assume.
Yes, so the first two items on that list are not germane to this issue. I don't believe they were issued 13 years ago or something.
And D.C. driver's license, also in 1960. Then in 1971, alias documents issued in the name of Edward Joseph Warren. I understand he specifically requested the alias Edward.
Yes, sir, I believe he did.
Did he explain why?
No, sir, he never requested any of these things from me.
Disguised materials, wig, glasses, speech alteration device. And then on about a month later, a tape recorder and a typewriter case and business cards in the name of Edward J. Warren. And then some 5 days later, a commercial Tessina camera disguised in a tobacco pouch, associate disguised, wig and glasses in the name of George F. Leonard, the documents to reflect that. Do you understand now that was Mr. Liddy?
That's what I've heard.
Yes. And the 27th, your facilities developed and returned film to a New York return film, and you were requested to provide a New York address and New York phone service, which you declined, and a credit card was requested and declined. Is that the sum total of the CIA support for Hunt and Liddy?
I can't answer that, sir. All I know is that that's the sum total of the technical services relationships with him.
Do you know of any other support or collaboration with Mr. Hunt or Mr. Liddy other than technical services?
Not of my own knowledge, but I did hear testimony before other committees to the effect that there was a psychiatric profile and some dealings concerning that, which I know nothing.
But you know of no other interrelationship between Hunt and Liddy and the CIA other than those that we've now covered?
No, sir, I don't. I might point out, too, sir, that if you notice the calendar that goes with those items, that everything up until just a few days before we called the White House and said no more, everything was consistent with the purposes of conducting an interview under an alias. Then when the request began to scale up to an office in New York, I think it was, and an answering service for his telephones, these things were not consistent in my mind with the purposes of a one-time interview, and also they would involve agency personnel, and that therefore, in discussing it with Mr. Helms, we agreed, and he told me to do so, call the White House and tell them we could not comply with the request.
General Cushman, do you know how many times the CIA has provided such technical or logistical support for any other arm or agency of the government for internal activities?
No, sir. There's been considerable, well, I guess it's a matter of controversy. They have assisted, I believe, other police, or I should say police departments by furnishing them with information on an invention of the agency, which, as I recall, assisted in determining whether a hand had held a gun and fired it, this sort of thing. I don't know of my own knowledge of this being done before. But, of course, it could have. I was there a little less than 3 years. Might have happened some other times.
Did you know Mr. McCord personally?
No, sir.
You did know Mr. Hunt personally?
Yes, sir. Not well, but I knew him.
I noticed in the beginning of your conversation he speaks of the fact that you appear to have lost some weight. He says that he has too, and there's some other conversation of that type, which led me to believe
Yes,
that
sir.
you were acquainted.
He retired 1970. I think I went to his retirement ceremony and party they had for him. I think that he recollects meeting me when I worked for Mr. Nixon in his capacity as vice president because he had me monitoring the Bay of Pigs operation. In case he should have been elected, he wanted to know what was going on. And so I met a number of the people connected with that operation back in those days. I don't recall whether Hunt was in on this, and I met him at that time or not. He says so.
Just one or two more questions. Did you know Mr. Liddy?
No, sir.
Mr. Martinez?
No, sir.
Mr. Barker?
No,
Any
sir.
of those who were involved in the Watergate situation? We heard testimony from former Director Helms this morning, or I understood his testimony be that the material which was used here was not used in the Ellsberg break-in. Does that accord with your information and understanding?
I have no knowledge, sir.
You simply don't know. And you don't know what it was used for except for the statement of Mr. Hunt that it was for, I guess it would be fair to call it a covert interview, at least a concealed identity interview with some unnamed person.
Yes, sir.
And that's all you know about it.
It would not be so unusual to have that kind of an interview. For example, those who seek asylum in this country sometimes had to be interviewed, and the person of the interviewer had to be kept secret, so that this was not a new type thing for us, really.
And the reason I was asking you about whether you supplied any other facilities or services for Mr. Hunt was I noticed also in the transcript some reference to a safe house here in Washington.
Yes, sir. He did not, I had explained earlier, I believe while you were out, sir, that he did not want to return to the agency buildings because he was afraid he'd be spotted, I guess, by former associates. And therefore he requested that the technical services people meet with him somewhere off the premises, and we furnished him with that kind of a place.
That's what you were talking about in that part of the transcript, which reads, I wouldn't want to be seen walking out of here. I'm sure they've got safe facilities downtown.
Yes, sir.
General Cushman, yes, they sure as hell did on my last tour of duty here. Mr. Hunt, I remember FE- my private office is just at the stone's throw from the Roger Smith Hotel, and it was practically an FE division. They had so many spooks, parents, closed parents there, period.
Yes, sir.
That's what he was referring to.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Talmadge.
Chairman, the distinguished senator from Hawaii must take a plane shortly. I yield as much of my time as he may desire to the senator from Hawaii at this time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. General Cushman, we have spent much time today and in the weeks past discussing the break-in to the office of Dr. Ellsberg, psychiatrist. I believe we have testimony telling us how it was done and who were the participants and when it was done. I believe the most important question is why was it done, or the justification for this break-in. A few days ago, Mr. John Ehrlichman said that the justification was national security and that these Pentagon papers had been given to some official in the Soviet embassy. New York Times on June the 16th began its publication of the Pentagon Papers. As Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Agency at that time, were you aware or did you have information indicating that copies of the Pentagon paper had been transmitted to some official in the Soviet Union prior to June the 16th, 1971?
Yes, sir. I don't know of my own knowledge, but it was so stated at one of our morning staff conferences, I believe.
Are you aware of who was responsible for this?
No, sir.
Articles have appeared quoting quote, reliable sources, end quote, from the FBI, suggesting that they're not aware of any transmittal of copies of the Pentagon Papers to the Soviet embassy. Was this matter discussed with the FBI?
I don't know, sir. I wasn't involved in that. We had quite a session with a small group of people, not including me, who read all the volumes to see what, as they were printed, of course, in the New York Times, everyone would be reading them, so they were read from the point of view of what intelligence sources, methods, and so on was going to be compromised and given away. As I recall, well, I don't know. These people reported to Mr. Helms. They didn't report to me, and I don't know just when it stopped, when they finished reading them, and what they did with the conclusions, except that I imagine some kind of action may have had to have been taken concerning certain intelligence sources and methods, perhaps, to stop using them if they had been compromised.
Since the activities of the Soviet Union, I presume, come within your jurisdiction, did you make any effort to investigate whether these Pentagon Papers did, in fact, get into the hands of the Soviets?
No, sir. That was not part of my job.
Wasn't it considered important enough for an investigation?
Well, this was up to the director, sir, Mr. Helms.
Do you know whether the director made any effort towards this end?
Only that he put together this group of people, an ad hoc committee, if you will, to read the entire Pentagon Papers, all the volumes, and see if there had been any compromise.
Well, I thank you very much, General Cushman. We have a vote at this time, so the committee will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair. Thank you very much.
As another vote interrupts the committee work, we're going to pause briefly. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after another break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
Going back to the caucus room, Senator Talmadge is about to question General Cushman.
Committee will come to order. Senator Talmadge.
General Cushman, you've stated in your affidavit that you assisted Mr. Hunt because you were given instructions to do so by Mr. Ehrlichman. You assume that command came with the authority of the President of the United States, I take it, did you not?
He spoke with the authority of the name of the President because he was one of three chiefs of staff, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Kissinger, and Mr. Ehrlichman. I consider that all three spoke with that authority. I've been trying to recall the exact words, which I'm not able to do, but it was something on the order of give him a hand or lend him a hand. There was no specific items requested or anything of that kind.
Now, you were the deputy director of the CIA, and Mr. Helms was the director.
Yes, sir.
Did you wonder why he called you and not Mr. Helms?
I think I was acting director on the day he called, but nevertheless, I had met Mr. Ehrlichman many years before, back in about 1960, I believe it was. It may have been that he had known me before. I don't know.
Did you think it was abnormal that the White House would request a disguise for one of their own men to use for security purposes and not the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
It was unusual, yes, sir.
Did you wonder why they wanted to go to those unusual extremes?
No, this was left to Mr. Hunt to tell me what he was doing, which he did when he came on the 22nd of July and stated that on White House instructions that he was to conduct a one-time sensitive interview.
Now, your affidavit states that you finally advised Mr. Ehrlichman that the agency would not have anything further to do with Mr. Hunt. Isn't that rather forceful language to use when you had assumed that Mr. Ehrlichman was speaking with the authority of the President himself?
Well, sometimes you have to do that, sir.
You never did check out Mr. Hunt's authority with the President himself, did you?
No, sir.
Were you personally close to the President?
I don't consider myself close, but I've worked for him for 4 years when he was Vice President.
In what capacity, sir?
Sir?
In what capacity, sir?
I was his Assistant for National Security Affairs.
Thank you very much, General. I have no further questions, Mr.
Senator Talmadge. Senator Gurney.
General, you did mention in your testimony that you knew Mr. Hunt before. Had you seen him for some time prior to his coming to get these
I've
materials?
been trying to recollect, sir. I think that I probably attended his retirement ceremony and the brief party they give old-time employees when they retire. This would be sometime, I think, in 1970 when I was deputy director. I probably may have known him back in the olden times. I did a tour in the Central Intelligence Agency in 1949 to 1951. I may well have run into him there, too. Probably did. It was a rather small outfit, just beginning then. Also, when I was working for Mr. Nixon in his capacity as Vice President, when I was his Assistant for National Security Affairs, I dealt with the liaison between his office and the CIA. And in particular, I monitored the progress of the Bay of Pigs planning. In case Mr. Nixon got elected president, he would then need to know all of the details of that operation.
Well, I was thinking more in terms of this time frame that we're speaking about now. I noticed in the transcript of the meeting between you and Mr. Hunt, there was a reference here to a phone number. I'll read the pertinent parts of the transcript. Mr. Hunt said, "I'll be talking to the same people in and out, and if it goes a little bit well, that's swell, and then there's something here that's illegible. I just won't exist. It's not possible this Friday. And your reply is, okay, let's see, you gave me a number one time where I could get you. What did you mean by that?
I believe he left with my secretary, as I reconstruct what I was talking about there, a number at the White House where he could be reached.
Well, was that when he came in this particular time?
No, sir. I think it was when he called the office to make the 22 July appointment, because it had not been firmed up in the phone call with Mr. Ehrlichman. It was simply left that he would come and see me at some time in the future. So he must have called my secretary to set up the date, as the best I can reconstruct this.
And it was your secretary who had his phone number?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Had you been in touch with him on any other occasions?
No, sir.
In the time frame we're talking about?
No, sir.
He goes on to say, I guess he's talking about this number, Chuck Colson. My office is unattended so far, but that's a direct line to Colson's office, and my office is 2 floors up. And you say, all right, fine, whoever's there can get a hold of you. I presume Hunt is talking about this phone number that must have been Colson's number.
That's what I understood it to be, so that we could get in touch with him if we needed to.
Did you have any conversations or contact with Mr. Colson?
No, sir.
Just one other small inquiry here. This is a staff preparation of highlights of the staff's interview with you on August the 1st. And it has a item here, August 27, 1971. I'll just read what the staff said. This was in reply to Hunt's further demands. In response, Cushman called Ehrlichman and told him that Hunt had poor judgment and was becoming a pest, and Ehrlichman said he would restrain Hunt. I was just curious about why did you think he had poor judgment?
Well, he'd worked in the agency for, I guess, 20 years. And when he first came in to see me, he asked for the materials for a one-time interview. And up until, I think it was about August 20th, or thereabouts, his requests were pretty consistent with the purposes of conducting such an interview, except for the stenographer request. But then when he escalated to a request for an office and for a telephone answering service, this would involve CIA people, and while I still didn't sense anything sinister, it just seemed to me that he should know better than to ask for all these things. Frankly, I thought he was simply trying to cut down his expenses and this sort of thing.
In other words, it, in your mind, was poor judgment at these further requests that he was far exceeding what he should and ought to know that.
Yes, sir. And, of course, the thought entered my mind that he was obviously trying to get the agency to assist him further and further. And unless we really went to the mat to find out exactly what he was doing, I just felt that this was not wise. And the director agreed with me.
Did you think that he was doing this on his own, or did you think somebody was pushing him, perhaps?
Well, no, sir. He said he had a White House task to conduct an interview. And I didn't talk to him after that. And it was only when the technical services people began to wonder at these new demands the last 3, 4, 5 days there in August that they called up my office and said, we're beginning to get a little worried about these requests. Should we continue to fill these requests? And I talked to the director and said no. We called Mr. Ehrlichman and told him no.
While you were deputy director, had there been any other demands like this from the White House to assist in projects of this sort?
No, sir.
This is the only one?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, General. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Weicker,
No question. No question.
I have just one question. Is taking a camera, ordinarily, is that consistent with an interview?
It would be if he desired to take a picture surreptitiously of the person he was interviewing. Could be.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question in that respect? The camera and the tobacco pouch that was supplied him, supposedly consistent with his equipment to have a clandestine interview, was that the same camera in which the film was removed and developed showing the inside of Dr. Ellsberg's psychiatrist office?
I don't know, sir.
Was there any other camera or any other processing done?
No, sir. We processed, again, as I understand it, it wasn't to my knowledge until after the event, until this year sometime. He asked that a roll of film be picked up at the airport and developed for him. And this was done, and the pictures, I gather, were handed back to him.
But you don't know whether they were taken with this tobacco pouch camera or
No,
not?
sir, I don't.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just one brief General Cushman, when you prepared the 8th of January memorandum for Mr. Ehrlichman, I might have been out of the room when you testified to this fact. Did you go back into your records, or more specifically, did you go to the tape recording and listen to it prior to responding to that memorandum?
No, sir.
I mean, prior to writing that memorandum?
No, sir. Mr. Colby came to my office and showed me what you, sir, have on the table in front of you. And I went through it, and in there it seemed to back me up that I thought it was Ehrlichman. I still wasn't all that sure about swearing to it when all that I had was a tape which was in the custody of the agency and a rather imperfect transcript which had been provided me by the agency in terms of a lot of airplane noise and this sort of business. I myself had not listened to the tape.
But in any event, I haven't read the whole transcript. The name Dean was nowhere in that transcript, was it?
It's not in the transcript, no, sir.
And so it was between the 8th of January, 73 and the 10th of January, 17 that you got the corroboration of the Secretary's minutes?
No, sir. I got two phone calls, one from Mr. Dean saying it couldn't have been me, and one from Mr. Ehrlichman saying I was out of town during this general period of the 22nd of July and previous. It was not until May of this year when all of the agency files were given a very thorough going over in order to prepare Dr. Schlesinger, who had no knowledge of any of this, to prepare him for testimony before the CIA oversight committees. And, of course, I took advantage of their finding that to corroborate my previous guess that it had been Mr. Ehrlichman.
And I gather Mr. Ehrlichman said he was out of town. In other words, between the 8th of January, 73 and the 10th of January, 73, Mr. Ehrlichman said he was out of town, and Mr. Dean said it can't be me. And did you hear from Mr. Colson?
No, I never did.
So you just decided it was best not to put any names in the...
Yes, sir, I agreed. In fact, I made the offer that, well, I will take the names out, since I would not, based upon what I have, want to swear to it.
And you didn't feel that a tape recording was the best possible evidence of who the person was?
Well, I didn't know. It kind of shook me up when I was told that by Mr. Ehrlichman that he was out of town, too. I began to think I was perhaps what you see here in this transcript might have been just a suggestion. In other words, Mr. Hunt named Mr. Ehrlichman first, starting a sentence with his name,
right.
And then I say, yes, he called me. And I don't know, when I was told that this was impossible or almost impossible, I began to worry about it. None of us at that time knew when the phone call had been made. I couldn't recollect what day. Then in May, when I was called back from Europe to testify, I found that on the 8th of July, I had made the statement that the call had been made by Mr. Ehrlichman. and therefore it must have been on the 7th.
So there's no question in your mind now as you appear before this committee, however,
Yes,
who
sir.
made the call. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? The council has questions.
General Cushman, you are now very certain in your testimony that it was Mr. Ehrlichman who called you on July 7, 1971. At page 108 of your testimony before the Senate Armed Services Committee on May 14th of this year, you indicated that maybe it had been Mr. Haldeman who had called you. Now, did Mr. Haldeman have any involvement at all with Mr. Hunt's relationship with the CIA in this matter?
No, sir, not with me, certainly.
Is there any reason that Mr. Haldeman's name was left out of that January 8th memorandum when you were speculating on the person who might have called you?
No. I just didn't think that he had called, and I thought the others might have made the call.
Now, you said, I believe, in response to a question that I asked you, that you were not sure if Mr. Hunt had said when he escalated his request to the agency that he had a new assignment. I'd like to show you a memorandum that is dated August 26, 1971. I believe the date has been obscured by the Xeroxing process. And the subject of this memorandum is TSD request for guidance on extent of assistance to Mr. Hunt. Now, you will notice that in the copy that I have given you, there are certain blanks. We have excluded certain names so we won't compromise anyone at the agency whose name should not be revealed. I call your attention to paragraph 3, and there's a sentence in there that reads, according to Mr. Hunt, he said that he needed the camera in connection with a new assignment being in quotes. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether?
Yes, this is what I couldn't put my finger on yesterday. That's correct.
Do you recall if anyone in the agency inquired as to what this new assignment was that Mr. Hunt had been given?
No, sir.
General Cushman, you testified that in December 1972, Mr. Colby came to you and asked you to prepare a memo on your relationship with Mr. Hunt. Do you know who had asked Mr. Colby to make this request of you?
No, sir, I don't, except that I understand it was the prosecutor in the Justice Department.
Well, if it was the prosecutor, why was the memorandum addressed to Mr. Ehrlichman and sent to Mr. Ehrlichman?
Because I provided, first of all, to Mr. Colby verbally that I thought I'd recollected the phone call. And I gather that they wrote it up, some sort of a synopsis of all of the dealings of the agency with Mr. Hunt. And that this, I gather, was on the subject of conversation between Mr. Colby and the prosecutor and I guess Mr. Ehrlichman, because I then received a call in January from Mr. Colby saying that Mr. Ehrlichman did not recollect this telephone call whatsoever, and that he didn't think he was even in town at the time, and therefore would I put the facts down on a piece of paper and send it to Mr. Ehrlichman. So I said, okay, and I did that.
And finally, General Cushman, I'd like to clarify for the record your statements on this psychiatric profile of Daniel Ellsberg that was provided by the CIA. I take it that at some time you learned that such a profile had been prepared.
In May of 1973.
And I take it from your testimony and from that answer that you had nothing to do with the preparation of this profile.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, is it the normal course, from your knowledge and experience, for the CIA to prepare a profile on an American citizen?
No, sir. It would be unusual.
Can you think of another instance where this has been done that can be revealed?
Well, my accounting would not be exhaustive, of course, but during the 3 years I was there, I don't recall any other being made on an American.
And I take it that this procedure is usually reserved for foreign leaders.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Without objection, I'll put in the record the memorandum of January the 8th, 1973, the memorandum of January the 10th, 1973, and the document dated August the 27th, 1971, and the one of August 1973, the memorandum for the records entitled Mark those appropriate as
Mr. Chairman, you might also, just so we have the whole caboodle in the record, put in the transcript of the tape-recorded conversation between Mr. Hunt and General Cushman dated July 22nd, 1971.
Yes, that'll be marked as appropriate as an exhibit and put in the record as such. General, on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for your appearance and for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before the General leaves, did you place in the record, Mr. Chairman, the memorandum of August 1971?
I just did that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Now, the White House furnished us 3 documents, and Senator Baker and I submitted to Mr. George F. Murphy, Deputy Director of the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, who is an expert in intelligence matters, with a request that these documents be sanitized so as to remove all references to foreign intelligence, and that has been done. And Senator Baker and I have both inspected the documents, and without objection, they will put in the record at this point. My understanding is the staff will not be ready on General Walters till in the morning, and for that reason, the committee will stand in recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay. With the appearance of the 2 former CIA officials today, the committee's probe has entered a new phase, with the senators seeking to fill in the blanks left in the story set forth by the principals in the case. It was a short day, and one generally devoid of drama, but there was added detail. We had Marine Corps Commandant Robert Cushman say he remembered John Ehrlichman calling him to ask for aid to E. Howard Hunt, even if Ehrlichman couldn't recall the conversation. The parade of spies continues tomorrow as the committee tries to pin down the role of the CIA in the Watergate cover-up and in pre-Watergate aid to the plumbers.
Today we got to see our first official U.S. government spies, for unlike freelancers Bernard L. Barker and Tony Ulasewicz and others, Richard Helms and Robert Cushman were both 100% legitimate. Jack Murphy, professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington, and John Lofton, who is about to become a syndicated newspaper columnist after 3 years editing Monday.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, is it the normal course, from your knowledge and experience, for the CIA to prepare a profile on an American citizen?
No, sir. It would be unusual.
Can you think of another instance where this has been done that can be revealed?
Well, my accounting would not be exhaustive, of course, but during the 3 years I was there, I don't recall any other being made on an American.
And I take it that this procedure is usually reserved for foreign leaders.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Without objection, I'll put in the record the memorandum of January the 8th, 1973, the memorandum of January the 10th, 1973, and the document dated August the 27th, 1971, and the one of August 1973, the memorandum for the records entitled Mark so appropriate as
Mr. Chairman, you might also, just so we have the whole caboodle in the record, put in the transcript of the tape-recorded conversation between Mr. Hunt and General Cushman dated July 22nd, 1971.
Yes, that'll be marked as appropriate as an exhibit and put in the record as such. General, on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for your appearance here and for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before the General leaves, did you place in the record, Mr. Chairman, the memorandum of August 1971?
I just did that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Now, the White House furnished us 3 documents, and Senator Baker and I submitted to Mr. George F. Murphy, Deputy Director of the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, who is an expert in intelligence matters, with a request that these documents be sanitized so as to remove all references to foreign intelligence, and that has been done. And Senator Baker and I have both inspected the documents, and without objection, they will put in the record at this point. My understanding is the staff will not be ready on General Walters till in the morning, and for that reason, the committee will stand in recess to 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay.
With the appearance of the 2 former CIA officials today, the committee's probe has entered a new phase, with the senators seeking to fill in the blanks left in the story set forth by the principals in the case. It was a short day and one generally devoid of drama, but there was added detail. We had Marine Corps Commandant Robert Cushman say he remembered John Ehrlichman calling him to ask for aid to E. Howard Hunt, even if Ehrlichman couldn't recall the conversation. The parade of spies continues tomorrow as the committee tries to pin down the role of the CIA in the Watergate cover-up and in pre-Watergate aid to the plumbers.
Today we got to see our first official U.S. government spies, for unlike freelancers Bernard L. Barker and Tony Ulasewicz and others, Richard Helms and Robert Cushman were both 100% legitimate. Jack Murphy, professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington, and John Lofton, who is about to become a syndicated newspaper columnist after 3 years editing Monday and First Monday official publications, the Republican National Committee, were back with us today, and they watched these 2 former officials of the CIA in action. First to you, Jack, what, from an evidence point of view, what do you think we learned today?
Well, I think the critical and intriguing thing that developed in today's hearings, at least for me, is the developing split on the committee as to what to make of the administration's approach to the CIA scant days after the June 17th break-in. Today you had, in the case of both testimony by Mr. Helms and by General Cushman, a bias, I thought, evidenced on opposite sides of the aisle as to what impression should be left as to why the approach was made to Mr. Helms and to General Walters on June 23rd. The Republicans seem to be saying, isn't it proper to view this approach in which the CIA, it was suggested, would go to Gray and limit the investigation as simply a logical reaction to an inquiry in their minds that the CIA might have been involved in this and that CIA operations might be compromised. A logical inquiry because, after all, Hunt had been a CIA agent. There are a number of other CIA agents, former employees of CIA involved in the break-in, and wouldn't it be sensible to look at all that evidence and say the CIA is possibly involved? The other side of the aisle is trying to say this is very suspect that you would go to the CIA in this fashion so soon after the break-in and make the kinds of statements to Walters and Helms which, on contradictory evidence, have been made. And they're saying, in fact, what has happened here is not a logical approach because, after all, Hunt, the key contact, was a White House employee. He was hired by Ehrlichman for the plumbers unit. And this was, in effect, emphasized by Cushman's testimony that on August 27th of 1971, following Hunt's persistent efforts to get more materials and assistance from the CIA, Cushman called up Ehrlichman and told him to call Hunt off. He was becoming a pest, exercising bad judgment, and so on. So Ehrlichman knew back in 71 clearly that Hunt was no CIA operative.
Jack, even though it's being done, as you say, or it may be being done for partisan reasons, don't you consider this, from the standpoint of everybody watching this, a healthy thing, though, in terms that both theories have advocates and they get a full test?
Oh, certainly.
You can take your choice?
Absolutely, no question. In my own position, as somebody sitting here like you weighing the evidence, however, I'm coming out strongly against the notion that there was anything logical or necessary in going to the CIA at the time in which they did, and in the manner in which they did. Of course, in that latter respect, we're looking forward to General Walters' testimony to clarify what was often a fuzzy picture of precisely what was said on June 23rd in Mr. Helms' testimony this morning.
How do you feel about it, John Lofton?
I think that for John Dean, that Richard Helms' testimony was just one more person challenging Dean's testimony. Dean, in his testimony, said that John Dean's request to General Walters for CIA salaries and bail money for the Watergate burglars was at the request of John Ehrlichman. Dean indicated he was not enthusiastic about the proposal and that he agreed with General Walters that it was inappropriate. However, in relating General Walters' testimony, Mr. Helms indicated that John Dean was very enthusiastic about the idea and seemed to be asking if the agency could in fact do it rather than just seeing if it would be proper. So I think it's going to be interesting what General Walters says about that. As a witness, to go over to General Cushman, I thought he was rather flaky, and I didn't think he was too credible a witness. He refuted himself twice, at least twice, once when he said that the original Ehrlichman request to see Howard Hunt was an extraordinary request, and then today he retracted that word extraordinary, saying that that wasn't exactly the right word and he didn't mean to use it. Again, contradicting himself, General Cushman said that Mr. Ehrlichman had asked him to tear up a memo, and then he said that that wasn't exactly right, that he had used imprecise phrasing was the word he used. Again, when it came to John Dean's name being mentioned in a memo which General Cushman had written, he said that although he had not talked to John Dean, he put his name in the memo because his name happened to be in the news at the time. So I don't think he was very believable.
Yes, but from a would you not agree at one thing, though, that on there are many issues involved, but a key issue as to who called him and said, help out E. Howard Hunt, that did it come over to you conclusive that there's no longer an issue, at least as far as he's concerned, that it was in fact John Ehrlichman who made the call?
Yes, I think definitely so. I was going to add something, too, that General Cushman said in passing that he knew that John Ehrlichman was in charge of security within the White House domestic security area, and of course Mr. Helms denied that he knew anything about the plumbers, and I'm sorry that the committee didn't ask General Cushman if he knew about the plumbers operation.
Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Ever since these hearings began, people have been comparing them with commercial entertainment, and last night art followed life as Dick Cavett taped a television show in the caucus room with some of the senators. Impact's Peter Kay talked with Cavett after today's session and asked whether he wasn't becoming bored with the longest-running show in town.
Have you been watching these hearings right along?
I'm kind of a Watergate junkie. I found that I not only watch them, but that night I watch the same thing again. And I wake up in the middle of the night wishing there were some more on after it's all over. They're not only fascinating, but they're interesting to go to sleep to. You can kind of drift into a state of subconsciously hearing them, then semi-consciously. First semi, then sub, and then you're out.
Have you got any particular heroes or villains in this 8-week drama?
No, not really. I think probably the hero, the man who's most overlooked, is the one who first found that piece of masking tape.
The guard.
And no one knows that man's name. I bet there isn't one person in a million who could.
How about Frank Willis?
That sounds like it. Is that it?
That's
well,
it.
You win. You know, I was wondering, though, how many people in America do you think, if you stopped them on the street, could name the 7 members of the committee?
Well, I don't know. I saw a Harris poll today, which was evaluating, perhaps a poll mentioned it, and most of the people had an opinion about everybody on the committee. Now, they might have been faking it, but they seemed to know who they were.
Well, because there are people who are telling us, listen, nobody's watching this except a few people in New York and Washington. The rest of the country is snoring away and doesn't care. But I don't get the impression that that's true at all. And yet an awful lot of people say that. And every so often you run into somebody, a doctor or a professional man who says, oh, I stopped following that some weeks ago. I couldn't tell you who's up to the witness now. It's wondered.
Let me ask you a question. Do your ratings show that people are watching the Watergate hearings?
Yeah, that's interesting. I had someone check into that. Someone came up with the theory that of the late night shows, mine suffers the most from the Watergate hearings because people who would tend to watch me are also watching them. So that'll give them an interesting conflict on Tuesday when I have 4 members of the committee on my show while they're actually opposite themselves, assuming the hearing runs that long on the replay.
Well, maybe some of the people who are watching tonight will get the hint and can switch back and forth next Tuesday. Dick, thanks very much.
Don't say tonight. That's the name of another show.
There have been a number of indications recently that President Nixon has begun something of a counterattack on the Watergate Committee. There were well-founded reports last week that the president was angry at the committee, which he felt was out to get him. When he got out of the hospital after being treated for viral pneumonia, Mr. Nixon scorned people who wallow in Watergate. Night before last, he slipped into a speech honoring Japanese Premier Tanaka, remarks which are assumed to refer to the hearings. He said, let others spend their time dealing with the murky, small, unimportant, vicious little things. We've spent our time and will spend our time building a better world. It's not certain what Mr. Nixon's intention is, but if it is, as some have suggested, to turn public opinion against the hearings themselves, he's going to have a tough job. That national poll taken by the Harris Organization, which Peter just referred to, published today, says that 62% of the American people give the Senate committee a positive rating. Interestingly, the positive rating for the committee's work rises to 73% among business executives. The chairman, Senator Ervin, gets a favorable rating from 62% of Americans for his handling of witnesses, followed by Republican Vice Chairman Howard Baker with 57%. The figures do not show that the American people like wallowing in Watergate. The figures are not a measurement of how the public weighs the evidence so far as exonerating or incriminating to the administration. But the popularity of the committee suggests that trying to discredit it or turn the American people against it might be an impossible public relations task, in view of the fact that Mr. Nixon's own approval rating, according to the latest national poll, has sunk into the low 40s. We'll be back tomorrow night. I'm Robert McNeil. For my colleagues Peter Kay and Jim Lehrer, good night for NPACT.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.